2 million Hong Kong dollar buy-in. 250,000 unlimited re-entry.
Hello. 冇得講啊
San Pellegrino?
遲嘢啊！你嗰度係你遲咗㗎，你睇到嗰個係。
So this is long deck, aka no limit hold'em. There are 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, and 6s, even though you don't see any right now.
Am I in the way? Or
Pietrangelo plays the board.
8,000.
And he's going to bluff his opponent off with his chop. So this is our featured table. I'm sure we'll get another featured table because the other No Limit event just finished. They need to move some players over there. So right now we will be watching this as our main table. Nick Pietrangelo came out just for the No Limit events. There's Ivan Liao, fan favorite. Lucas Greenwood.
No.
Nikita Bodzikowski.
small blind.
There's Dan Smith, only playing the No Limit Hold'em events.
I was dominating you.
You know who JC Alvarado is? Or he played last time? Best Baccarat player I've ever seen. Mexican guy, but very good. He has a squeeze that he calls rolling the taco.
You got the best energy too, right?
We played a little bit last time. We had like a rail of like 50 people watching us because we won like 7 hands in a row.
I think I heard this. I think he's banned me from playing table games with you guys. After in Vegas, I was like falling asleep at like 4 in the morning. He's like, Dan, wake up! You're being bad energy. And I'm just like fucking like shifting off.
So the blinds are 1,000, 2,500. 2,500, big blind ante.
10K.
Ivan Lau, 8-4 clubs opening it up. Greenwood calls with ace-jack suited. Nikita Bodzikowski with ace-king on a dealer button. Going to want to re-raise. This tournament's pretty deep stack, so he's going to want to size up a bit than normal.
23.
That's why you see him make it pretty big, 23,000. Action is on Ivan Lau, 8-4 of clubs. Going to make the call here, out of position. Now Greenwood ace jack suited. He's going to be tempted to come along for this three-way pot. Those are 30-second time bank chips in his hand. You get 30 seconds to act on every street. If you go over 30 seconds, you have to turn in one time bank chip. And if you run out of time bank chips, if you don't act, your hand is dead. So a three-way flop, 75,000 chips in the middle. And no player has a piece. So it checks over to Mikita Bodzikowski, Queen 6-3 Rainbow. It's a pretty dry flop, but a lot of people like to call three bets of like King Queen, Ace Queen, Queen Jack. And he's up against two opponents. One more second act. He likes to take his full time, 20 seconds, whenever he makes an action. He bets 20,000.
You know what I was just thinking about? When you were on my right, last time we played a big tournament, it was the 1 mil. And Dom gave me a full double blind versus blind with a pure check back free.
And then he lectured you about it.
That was dope. He raised the pure check and then he lectured me about it.
What did he have?
7-6 on?
Yeah.
I don't know how to remember that.
Yeah. Well, you were living with me. We probably talked about it.
Right.
Greenwood
I was the last time I was like
makes the call here of Ace
on
Jack high.
my direct right.
He actually thinks he's got the best hand, and there's some good turn
they
cards
want a
he can
big
consider turning his hand into a bluff on. But Jack is actually going to improve him.
Yeah, we were in the.
Bodzikowski picks up an inside straight draw.
That I lost to you when you had the wheel. I was just trying to rack my, like my Dan database day one of Big Birds.
How have I been doing?
So action is on Bodzikowski.
I mean, also with super high roller bowl. You're on my table, but you're on my right. You're on my
If he's
left,
going to reach
so
for
you're
chips there, he's
up here
trying to
at the
target
table.
hands like pocket 10s, pocket 9s, pocket 8s. They'd be tough to call.
I'm a day one player.
Wow, he's going to shove all in here.
You gotta be, or else you.
Just Ace King. He knows that Greenwood would call with hands like Ace Jack, 8s, 6, 7. It's very tough for him to call. This is a pot size shove. He's only got 16%. Can he get Greenwood fold a pair of jacks?
With the ace four.
He's 5.
So Greenwood beats Ace King. He also beats some straight draws at 3-bet like King 10, 10-9, 2 clubs.
$100.
He actually beats a lot of hands, but if he's behind, he's in really bad shape.
Really?
Say he's up against Ace Queen, Kings, Aces, King Queen. So Greenwood turns in one time bank chip. That'll allow him to extend his thinking time another 30 seconds. So Greenwood is in the tank. There's a lot of hands he loses to and a lot of hands he beats. Definitely a tough spot. He is facing a pot-sized bet. This is a $250,000 main event. Makes the call with Ace Jack. Wow, he's even Bodzikowski's surprised. He needs to hit a king or a 10 to stay in this tournament. Or he's going to have to put another 2 million Hong Kong in. Here comes the river card. It's a queen, and Badziakowski's eliminated. He's gonna have to rebuy, and knowing him, he's definitely gonna rebuy. Badziakowski is actually the back-to-back main event
Good omen for
champion.
me. Chips come this way.
You better find $1 million.
Thank you.
Chew.
He's got one.
Badziakowski won this event in Jeju last year for $5.2 million. He also won this event in Montenegro for $2.5 million, back to back.
I'm in one pot and all of a sudden.
He's gonna have to rebuy if he wants to be a 3-time champion. So that's gonna put Lucas Greenwood up to 400,000 chips. We should have about 32 entries about roughly.
I'm just getting the money in good instead of getting there the hard way.
6-3.
Queen 6-3.
But
Oh, that's a raise.
I
I'm sorry.
almost did. Oh, you think he should have gone on? Yeah, maybe.
You peel one off and then
Yeah.
you hit your backdoor, you just check all the all
Short-tech, you go out. That's why short-tech's more fun.
I have chips now.
That's also
So it's Ivan Lau versus Dan Smith.
for sure.
I think you get.
Ivan's gonna bet 30,000
If you have like king 10,
middle pair.
king jack, like say it's the same spot, but it's like a 6.
There's only
6 high board,
16,000 in a
16
pot
suitors.
when he bet 30.
You don't get to call all the back.
Dan Smith calls in position of Jack 9 high. He has nothing.
Yeah, ace jack's probably way too good.
Dan Smith now turns an open and a straight draw.
Thinking if you get small checkers with like the ace 4, ace 5 backdoors,
Yeah, that hand's just too good.
but you get the small check raises with like you have ace queen, king queen, and then you add in those like.
Ivan is reaching for more chips. Wow, just 9,000. It's a blocker bet. So Dan Smith is going to at least call.
Yeah, I was gonna say like king jack backdoor might just makes fold and like fringe like small check raise or something.
Excuse me. Can I have one of those, please? No, that's his.
Dan Smith
Could I have
gonna
one?
make the call here. Isn't sure what
Could
to
I order
do
one of
yet.
those? Same
So
thing.
runner diamonds.
Thank you.
Ivan's got king queen. It's just second pair. Somehow it's gotten worse to call a flop and a turn. And now he's going to check. Action is on Dan Smith. He's been waiting for someone to check. He's been waiting for Ivan to check to him so he can at least make a stance and bluff at it. Dan Smith knows that if he's calling with Jack 9 high on the flop, he needs to bluff. 45,000. Doesn't think Ivan is that strong. Oh, Ivan can make this call. This would be insane. He's bet the flop and turn. Over bet the flop. And his opponent really does look like he's got at least an ace. It's really hard to name some bluffs. Can Ivan make the call? It would be super sick. Ivan's definitely very creative. This is a shot clock tournament, so he's 1 minute in the tank. So Ivan's used 2 time extensions on this hand. Lays down the best hand. Wow, Dan Smith. Jack 9.
And I believe one share has been pulled out of the stable. Is this supposed to be in between 2 and 9? Or I'm number 5? You are still number 5, yeah? You're number 5. You do number.
I think I'm 6 because Ken was here and Zito was there. So
Okay. I got
the
5.
only
Take it.
18 cards I have to 6.
You're number 6.
The only 18
Oh, there's a card here.
7, 8, 9 is missing. So you are.
Not a very good one.
Are there 9? Like probably
You're
8
not
is
9
wrong.
because there's no.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
That's
Yeah. So
Sorry.
was,
I'm getting confused.
yeah. So I was 7, but like 7, but actually 6.
Correct.
Yeah.
There's Igor Kurganov moving to the featured table.
Or
No, you were.
I'm 7 with the missing 4 because there was.
We didn't see
Nikita
him in
busted in that
Jeju or
seat
in Montenegro
and Kane
last
busted
time.
in this seat. So there were 2 people playing
And there was
to the left of me.
not seats here, not between you two.
No one between us, but there was 2 people who busted. Yeah.
But I mean, there's supposed to be
This? Okay.
one more chair, which is supposed to be.
Maybe this one's
I think
9.
the
Dan,
chair
are
is
you
supposed
one?
to be.
I am the
right?
one.
So maybe this is the 9. Luca. The 9 is next to Dan.
Regardless, you're there, regardless
Yeah.
of the chair, because
See.
the chairs are either here.
I take it.
It's like 1, 2, 3, 5, 6.
I'm just
7,
happy
8,
that we're all
9.
comfortable. Thank you. That's the main thing, really. Yeah. Because, well, I mean, it's more
How do you
comfort.
try to get a Pellegrino?
No. No.
So Kurganov's got 170,000 as he moves to this featured table. Petrangelo,
It is
Queen 10 of
confusing.
diamonds on the dealer button.
No event for. I didn't let anyone have 4%. 65. On purpose. You cannot do that when you play this tournament. It's a great mistake.
I have 2 people.
Oh no. You have to give him 3.9. I actually changed someone to 3.9.
It's but like it's just people who.
Pellegrino,
it's not
please?
people who are playing.
No, still.
But I'm saying I
don't
feel
know.
like they were not here, so the rules don't apply for them.
Maybe they don't. I don't think they can be paid out.
Pellegrino, sparkling water.
for
Yeah,
me is
you're
also
dividing by
a,
25. That's
Ice.
fine. That's what you're gonna do when you pay out.
4 for me is also like my personal lucky number of the.
Then you're
of
really in the
single
wrong
digit
spot.
numbers. Because when I was a kid, like I played soccer and they just gave me
You were the
jerseys
four?
and it was number
So you were
4.
in the back?
The first game I scored like 3 goals or something. But then like it was like, not like I was that sick at soccer, it was just like the one game and I got it.
What position did you play?
I never really like played serious. Like
So
I played,
Petrangelo continuation
like,
bets.
I didn't
Queen
really
10.
play
Ivan's
seriously.
check
I played,
raising
like,
ace 8 offsuit on this flop.
up until like 12 or whatever, and then I'd sometimes play with like my friends and stuff.
He's going to get floated. His opponent does have an open and straight draw. So Ivan has built this pot to 60,000 out of position of ace high.
You play summer hockey down in the summer as well?
What?
Do they play?
He
do they
turns
play
the
summer
ace.
in there somewhere? Or do you
No, I
play
didn't.
just in the ice hole somewhere?
You can play in the summer, but like
So Ivan's got two options. He could continue betting, try to get called by a jack, some straight draws, or we can check and look weak.
It is like
Ivan's not expected to hit the ace because most players wouldn't check raise with ace on
It
in
is.
their
no,
hand
it's-
without
it's-
ace jack.
Oh, wow, we even have the correct in there now. That's it's a new addition.
45,000 from Ivan Lau. Petrangelo, queen 10. He's seen his opponent check raise a flop, bet the turn. Ivan's representing 2 pair plus for value. Petrangelo makes a call here, opening a straight. Look at that, 16%.
They never qualified for the World Cup. Maybe once.
River card's a 7. Only 10-8 gets there. So Ivan needs to decide, does his opponent have a hand like queen 10, king queen? Or does his opponent, is his opponent trying to hero call him like queen jack, king jack? Ivan's going to keep betting. He thinks his opponent has a jack. He's going to put most of his chips in there. 69,000. Not much Petrangelo can do with just queen 10. Ivan Lau, one of the most aggressive players in the game. Petrangelo's really thinking it here. I think he's going to use a time extension chip. Is he really going to make a play? Ivan has only got 27,000 behind.
All right, I almost min raised you all in with nothing. Would it have worked?
Ivan's just looking at the queen 10 like, what are you doing?
Fill the buff.
Okay, that wasn't gonna work. Just saved myself 250K.
You could try and shove and wrap the straight. You want to be made in your hand to make a straight.
I imagine most of you guys know
I just felt like
Ivan.
he was full of shit on the flop.
He got event number 2.
Where are you?
Third place in event number 2.
What do you
Excuse
have?
me, event number
I
3.
showed.
He should. Oh,
And he just told you the other card as well.
yeah, he had an
He
8.
told you both cards.
He said no 8 because then queen 10 makes straight and then he makes him 2 pair.
I don't think so. No. It was an 8? You fold if I shove?
You know it's a rebuy?
In the rebuying section.
Been a lot of hands on this table. Bad turn. I wanted to steal this chicken.
Check. They checked. I didn't check.
Think
I
that would
cannot
work?
check. That's true.
That's what I was afraid of.
Definitely.
Did I give her my time
I
bank?
threw it in for you.
Oh, okay. But I have 6.
I decide what I do.
Oh, no, you're... No,
Top 2 maybe. No one can have anything.
So action is on Kurganov, 19,000 in the middle.
I have 2 cards. See what you're talking about, Nick. I also just want to do a small race. Just a small one at least.
So Ivan's going to continue to chip up. I would
Is it the
say
stable or is it Ivan? Is it you? Why does everyone want to raise you on the river? They have nothing.
everybody's just playing crazy.
that
But then
Ivan's the
we-
most aggressive player in the tournament.
Don't find their balls.
Speak for
If
yourself.
I had 350, I wouldn't have even used a time bank.
Sorry.
None of my dishes.
Cannot fold. You cannot fold.
That's what always happens.
But you do as well.
Same seat, same result.
You can also do whatever you want.
What if the stakes got so big in Tritons that Makita was no longer a lifetime winner in them?
I love how chatty Kurganov
played
is.
6
It's
mil,
trending.
let's say. 6 million. Bump it to a
9,000
1
for
mil
Greenwood.
rebuy, He 3 bullets it.
Nikita is coming down.
I think very tilted.
Nikita,
You have to find the buy-ins.
Nikita.
So 33 entries, 26 remaining.
Every time's mine. Only second bullet. Third bullet from Macau Tower. Any happen in escape, just leave it. Escape. Mistake. I'm expecting people to fold. Never fold.
So Greenwood does continuation bet. Kurganov's got ace 5, likely the best hand. Backdoor diamond draw,
No, with ace king and jack.
7,000.
Pre-flop, so they can't.
Not too
suck
much.
out.
Makes the call.
Perfectly structured.
Turn card is the 10.
For a moment, Jack was a nice turn.
Yeah. I would have thought the same. You're just like, sweet, make him pull dates.
Me. Maybe no fold at all.
So Greenwood's going to check. Kurganov loves to see that, so he can try to show down his ace high easier.
I think I should have gone for it.
What's that?
I think I still should have gone for it because I just thought he was full of shit.
Check, check. River card's a jack, so Greenwood
Which
makes
makes it really
top
hard
pair.
for him to have an ace.
I had a6 off pre, so I was just like watching the hand, and I'm just like, there's a 6 and an ace. I'm just like, what do we have?
Showing up.
I thought he had like 5-7 or 7-8.
I think sometimes sometimes these guys see like a small flop pad and they're just like,
Well, that's why I did it.
yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
Sam, I mean Lucas Greenwood almost said Sam Greenwood.
If you're
Lucas
thinking
Greenwood
he
bets
would've folded
12,000.
after seeing what he had. He was never folding.
No,
Yeah.
I'm saying I just thought he had like 5-7 or 7-8 a lot.
Yeah, sure. But
Gonna chip up.
Or fucking.
He's got
King
33 entries.
they do a lot of these like.
And Makita Bodziakowski, I believe, on the outer table has rebought
I would have been tempted as well.
into the tournament. So he's in for $500,000.
Just don't have enough yet.
I believe Henrik Hecklin has already busted twice. Should be in for his third entry. Other players who have busted are Tan Schwen.
I mean, it's way different, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
What do you like better, short deck or long deck? Long deck.
What about you, Tim?
A long deck guy.
It's not even close. What like? You gotta be crazy to like it better. Another one.
Have you played short deck?
I played one session.
Yeah. Sounds
Today
like
we are going to play how many hours?
how many hours? I think 10 levels.
10 levels.
Is that right, Dan?
I think we will play 9.
How many?
9?
Oh, we played 9?
No. Plan was 10. That's what matters here.
And there's Makita. Looks like he's been redrawn onto this table.
Did they announce 9 already?
No, I guess not.
Just a hot take by you.
Pocket kings for Timothy Adams. Kurganov's got 7-6 suited in the small blind.
Huh?
Makes the call. So this is Makita Bodziakowski's second bullet. This tournament cost him $500,000. Unfortunate for Bodziakowski, his opponent's got 2 kings, and one of them has a 7. Makita is known for using his full time bank on every street. So he's going to make the call. So pretty bad flop for Adams. Checks it back. Now both players make a pair of 7s. Checks to Adams again. He's got the king of spades.
Hopefully they keep busting Michael Silver. He's the only one that keeps getting up from the table.
Makes the nut flush.
And I can't Dwyer.
He's sick.
Oh shit, yeah.
Apparently Steve O'Dwyer is here in Jeju, but it's currently sick. Probably will join the tournament later. Timothy Adams to nut flush, trying to decide what to bet. He can probably get some aces to call, depending on his sizing. Of course, worse spades. Pot size bet, so he's trying to make it polarized such that his opponent thinks he's got the king of spades or nothing. And because he didn't bet the turn, people aren't going to put him on the king of spades that much. Makita makes the call of just a pair of sevens on a 4 flush and gonna get shown the bad news. New entry not working out for him right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's just to go to him.
So some other information about what's happening around other tables. I believe Michael Soiza has been eliminated at least
One of the
once.
worst paper airplanes I've ever seen. Isn't Boeing an American company and Airbus?
Michael Soiza is the champion, event number
Actually, nothing
3.
over there
I'm
anymore.
a train man.
Matthias
see if I
Eibinger
can build a
also
better
in
one.
for another bullet.
But we have to bet on something first, and you need to win it. That would be a double loss, though.
Other players in the field are Michael Adamo, Jimmy Guerrero, Dominic Nietzsche, Christoph Vogelsang. Got
I
Divorce.
wonder what the self-service bar is. Sounds like my kind of
Go,
thing.
go.
So Adams gonna open up King 10, undergun +1, Baziakowski, King Queen. I'm sorry, not King Queen, Ace Queen of Diamonds. It's gonna 3-bet to 26,000 from the small blind. A lot of players like to 3-bet from the small blind rather than calling to retake their positional disadvantage.
Russian psychological warfare. He didn't wait a single hand. Immediately.
130.
No, I have 160. Can you change one of these? Thanks.
All right, so Dan Smith is the current table chip leader.
I'll take him this time. We got it. Lying.
Some of the bigger outer table stacks is Justin Bonomo, likely the chip leader. So Adam's gonna open up pocket sevens. Dan Smith, 6-5 of diamonds, gonna call.
$16 in the pot.
8-8. A hand like pocket sevens, you got more incentive to bet because you can get counterfeited by a queen. Whereas you might consider checking on like a queen 2-2, whereas a queen wouldn't counterfeit you, but Adams does decide to check. Turn card is a 10, gives Smith a diamond draw.
What are these noodles? Are they just crunchy?
Yeah, they're good. They're really loud.
Oh, it looks like it. I guess, yeah, that's, I guess that's a dish.
Dan Smith is going to reach for some
Looks
chips.
a bit like the stuff they put in ramen.
Probably thinks he can get some ace highs to fold.
Dried ramen, basically. Which is pretty much what it is, maybe.
In case his opponent's got a pair, he still has 30%. He's going to bet 10,000. Puts Adams in a tough spot after checking back the flop. He knows his hand looks like ace high, so he might feel a need to defend. But he's going to lay down the best hand. Patrick Antonis, I've seen him walking around Jeju, likely to enter the tournament later.
$5,500.
$26.
26. You raised to 26,000.
$150.
So Ivan's going to open up ace-10 suited, and Petrangelo 3-bets ace-king. Ivan's got a suited ace in position. He did raise from under the gun and get 3-bet from the small blind, which would be a sign of immense strength. Now, Ivan's very comfortable playing post flop, so he might continue. He is going to make the call. 57,000 chips in the middle. And Ivan flops top pair, top kicker. Petrangelo in trouble. Ace King usually is good on his board. But against an unpredictable player like Ivan Lau, he is worried that his opponent could have a hand.
It's kind of a nice sound, actually. At least for me.
So action is on Petrangelo, the current 3-better.
14.
Going to bet 14,000. 14,000 is only about 25% of the pot.
One of my best friends lived in college for a while.
So Ivan needs to decide, can he raise for value or should he just slow play?
As well. Liv is also like that. She just cannot. She needs to leave the room basically if she's not eating at the same time. And she just walks away as well.
Ivan reaches for raising chips. 55,000. Petrangelo's got to know that because he raised so small, it's inducing action behind him. But he's going to quickly lay it down correctly. Ivan's going to chip up.
What'd you have?
I have 2 cards.
Show one.
Don't bluff. Later, please see the result on the TV. Just few combination. Ace queen, ace king, maybe.
Ace 10.
Ace 10, ace 2. Ace black, ace 4.
Ace?
Draw.
Take one, please.
Ace deuce. Ace 5.
So small blind versus big blind, out of position against Ivan. Adam's gonna limp queen 4. King 9-7, 2 spades. So Ivan just going to blast at it. No Windows chips.
You can try to bluff.
I had a good hand. I wasn't bluffing. What'd you have? You have ace 4 of hearts?
Huh?
Ace 4 of hearts? You wouldn't lie if it's going to be on TV, right? That would be bad.
Yeah. Ace 5 heart.
Ace 5.
Ace 4 like this.
Oh, ace 10 of hearts.
I was dead. I was dead.
This whole thing, you said queen jack suited anyway.
Dead.
Action on 2-time main event champion, Ace King Diamonds.
2,500.
Wait for 6,000.
Oh, shit.
Ivan Lau, Ace King in the small blind. These are the type of hands that want to get it all in pre-flop. Ivan knows he's aggressive. He knows that his opponent thinks he's aggressive, so he's going to want to value 3-bet these types of hands, and he does. 30,000. So Makita needs to decide, should he 4-bet this hand, try to get it in pre-flop, or just call?
What am I looking at?
Just the open and the call.
The 3-bet.
Oh. I answered.
Nikita Bodzikowski is going to 4-bet to 85,000. Looking to get it all in pre-flop. All in from Ivan. And a quick call from Bodzikowski, so
Diamonds.
No,
Diamonds are
91% chance to chop.
No diamond. Diamond is not
I just want blood.
Did you have diamond?
I had 1 diamond, 1 spade.
Aiden had 3 diamond.
I don't know what I had actually.
Oh, they have diamond. No spade.
Let's check here if there is diamond.
That would be
Can we
so
see?
much better.
No, why? Just shuffle it.
Spade. Bingo.
Let's open cards till someone gets flush.
Yes. It's good. Bingo.
Ivan can make a flush, but
Hey!
they're gonna chop it up.
Very close.
Chop, chop, chop.
Bingo mấy hả? Gì đây?
Yeah.
Chuyện đấy.
So just some other news from outside the tables. Sam Greenwood in for another bullet.
冇咁早啊，即係大粒嘢出場咯。邊個啊？你諗住我係3個葉問啊？
Oh shit.
This is scheduled to be a 3-day tournament.
Kira.
Kita.
It's 1,025, yeah?
Yeah. You still got 30 seconds.
55.
55. Psych.
These yellow chips are kind of tripping me out.
Dan Smith gonna open up pocket threes, deuces for Kurganov.
Attention viewers, we're going to be in a new level next 10. 1,500, 3,000, 3,000, 50, 3, 3 next 10 on please.
Blinds going up next hand. Both players miss. So if someone wants to bet, they likely will win this pot. So Dan Smith gonna bet and take that one down.
Here comes the champ.
All right, so
Congrats, brother.
we're on a break, guys.
Okay, I should be moving.
We'll be back soon for more high stakes action.
You have no friends, you have no enemies, you only have teachers. And on the day we crowned a new No Limit Hold'em 6 Max champion, we witnessed some world-class lessons.
Hey, come on, baby.
Paul Fall is at risk.
Come on, baby.
Jason's
let's
excited.
Ugh. Too stressful.
I'm okay with 9-9 too.
No, I think give you 1 9 and a 10 and a
Oh,
jack.
6, 7, 8.
No, no 6, 7, 8. Let's get a fair one here and go play the main event.
Hey, hey, hey. Hey.
Hey, a king in the door, ace behind it.
Jason Kuhn's
Short
got
deck.
29%
Ace.
to finish this tournament.
9 will do. 7 is okay.
Here comes the turn card.
It's
a king.
Wow. Wow.
Short deck.
Look at Jason. He's so close.
Paul needs 2 aces to stay in this tournament, where he's going to be the runner-up.
Yeah. Poker God, where are you?
River card's the queen, and
Wow.
Jason Kuhn's going to win it with a full house.
You played great.
What a battle between these two. They played so many big pots. Well, I really have to give it to Paul for some excellent decision making in a lot of those big pots. And also to Jason Kuhn, deserving champion, put so much pressure, made so many big moves, and of course had some luck on his side too. But that's what you need to win poker tournaments.
Yeah, they played for hours and
You
hours.
played really good, man.
$2 million for Paul Fall in earnings. 2.9.
Your straight flush hand.
Jason Kuhn.
Yeah, maybe you can fold the turn.
4 river. Turn.
Yeah.
He is the event champion of
Okay.
number 5, event number 5. He wins back-to-back $1 million short deck events. Montenegro shipped it for $3.6 million in 2018.
I was extremely tough. Paul's a great player, like I was saying, coming into the final table. And I had a good feeling that him and I would possibly have a showdown. And he's just so good. And yeah, I mean, I had great cards. It's really what it comes down to a lot of the times in these tournaments, you know. It's like you play a bunch of them and you rack up some wins here and there, and most of the wins generally come with good things happening for you, and a lot of good things happened for me at this final table, and if anybody else was in my seat, the same thing would have happened to them.
And it was quite a long heads up, so did that give you time to get a bit of advice from friends watching the stream?
Excuse me. I actually didn't ask about one hand. I just, Paul and I played a lot together, and so I just wanted to come in and just try to stay focused and adapt on the fly and stick with what I thought good strategies were. And there were a few hiccups along the way, as there is sometimes in heads up, but yeah, it worked out for me.
And mentally, you had the ace-king versus queens. That was mentally tough for you to bounce back from. What were you feeling at that point?
You know, when you're 2 cards away from the thing being over, you know, it's a lot of fun to play, but there's also, you're carrying a ton of anxiety because you're playing for massive stakes, and it's right there, you know, it's right in front of you, a turn and a river away, and you closed it out. It's not so much about the money, more about, okay, we might win this thing, and then when the ace of clubs hits in your face, it hurts. But, you know, I got bailed out with a jack and then a spade today whenever I was all in ace jack against ace king. Bunch of guys played really fantastic. I think Furcat played wonderfully this tournament, and it was extremely unfortunate for him that I got there against him.
So 4 tournaments you entered, 3 you final tabled, and 1 you go on and win. You must be feeling pretty confident going into the main event.
If I remember how to play a game with 5s through deuces in the deck, it all blurs together. Playing short deck and full deck together is, it's really difficult.
Do you have any energy left for this big one?
I think I do, yeah.
Well, we wish you best of luck in that one, Jason, and congratulations once more.
Thank
Great
you.
victory.
Thanks.
Not a bad cash.
Yeah, it's
Cheers,
good.
guys.
I'm afraid of that.
So we're back from that short break. This is main event, day 1,
just
2 million
like-
Hong Kong dollar buy-in,
Put some antes on that butt.
250,000 USD.
Different game. It's still not that bad. Pretty good hand.
Pardon?
Petrangelo, pocket queens. Jason Kuhn's gonna make it 6,000. All right, so it looks like a little graphic hiccup. Don't worry about Petrangelo. So it's Dan Smith, and Jason Kuhn involved in the spot. Just those two players. Check, check. And a pretty scary run out for both ace-3 and ace-7. Dan Smith playing from the small blind. He's going to turn his hand into a bluff and bet.
Fold.
Just a set.
Oh, actually, it looks like Petrangelo was all in. I guess his stack was so small.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, it looks like Petrangelo doesn't have much of a stack.
$7,000.
7,000. Raise to 7,000.
So Jason Kuhn's going to make it 7,000 with ace-8.
You lied to me, Ivan, or you really had it? Ace-5 or ace-10? Because now I'm going home. Back to Canada.
Petrangelo is saying that, asking for the hand.
I'm just kidding. I'll be back. At ace-king.
Petrangelo is saying he was going back to Canada, but he's likely going to rebuy if he busts this tournament. He's going to need a jack or 7 to stay in. Jason Kuhn makes top pair. He is the event number 5 winner. 2.9 million, jumped into the main.
15,000.
Spin up time. I got another set. I'm on the comp.
Yeah, Petrangelo lost his stack.
They never loses.
During the break.
9.
Okay, you picked up a fresh draw.
River
Ooh,
cards and 8s,
okay.
and Petrangelo's eliminated.
All right, brother.
If he wants to get back in, another 250,000 US dollars.
Oh, wait.
247.
지금 잘렸고 내려갔어. 100%네. 스몰 빅.
I had such a weird dream last night. The last like pickup basketball game, or like men's league game I played.
So Dan Smith is the table chip leader. Blinds are going to be 1,500, 3,000 with a big blind ante of 3,000.
My room was too hot and I was like sweating also.
In a fantasy league?
In a what?
In a fantasy league? You good?
No, no, in like a real game.
Oh, okay, okay.
The ref was just like power tripping. And, you know, the guy like complained about a call and he just like booed your hand. I was like, dude.
Who's all this stuff?
I don't know. All the people that busted, I think.
All right, I'll clean that up.
Just exchange the whole thing, maybe.
That might have been better. Might have been smarter.
Got nothing else to do, I guess.
So Ivan Lau flops
JD.
top and bottom pair.
Dan.
Greenwood is the pre-flop raiser.
2-1.
Just going to
On
call here, lay the
you
trap.
Managing to shuffle 6 of these with your first try. Clean.
Our card is the
I
8.
don't think I could come close. I have small hands.
3-1.
No.
You get to do this first. You can like move it around a little bit. Don't try it. Don't show him.
I'm okay.
Check, check. River card is
How
the
about I
9.
have 3?
Boom, you failed. Didn't go in the middle. Ooh, I succeeded.
Ivan's considering
You-
value
Second
betting
bet.
against a worse ace
Second?
Can we same bet?
or some 10s.
You've already tried. The first
So you think-
try is the.
So you
He's
think?
going for a big
Say
bet.
again?
So you think you never
Pot
saw that
size,
before?
30,000.
I think you did try. As soon as I said it, I'm pretty sure.
Gonna
you
ship
tried.
this pot.
You get even odds on a quick attempt. Wait, are you taking it or not?
Yeah.
Wait, 4. Wait. We also need an amount.
So there's $1 million Hong Kong
$100?
Turbo tomorrow?
Oh, first
Yeah.
30-minute
No,
levels.
no, it's
2 days.
the last day.
Did
It's a fail, right?
Yeah.
I think
Wasn't it
it's
2 at the
tomorrow.
top?
Now the match.
I heard there's a rumor that they might change it to a short
That was
deck
wrong as
tournament.
well.
Should have taken.
I don't know. I'm indifferent.
Should have gave me odds. I would have taken it.
There is a side event for the
Yeah,
main event bust out players, which is a small side event, only $1 million Hong Kong dollars, which is
6,500.
127,000 USD turbo
Phew, good that I said something.
for all of the unfortunate main event players.
Need some
Was
500s.
it 65?
Yep.
So ace king for Kurganov, Adams
You-
with king jack. They're
is it-
gonna
okay.
see a
Yeah, but
three-way flop.
Why is the pot? The pot's too small. You haven't emptied the big blind.
3-5.
Yeah, it should be 21.
The pot is right. 24 is correct.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Okay.
Well,
Sorry, I
no
thought
one
it
can
was
do
19. I
math,
didn't see the
but
extra
Kurganov
black.
confirmed. Six deuce rainbow. Kurganov is going to continuation bet.
Thanks, bro. That was amazing. We did it.
We did it.
Yes, that's big. It's been a good week.
Say good year. PCA 100K was 2 years ago almost, and then you've just been smashing since.
I don't know, man. It's just all.
It's all dream.
I try not to even think about it, you know? Just like show up. It's crazy.
Wow, check raise from Sam Greenwood from the
Great
big
draw.
blind. I don't know why I keep calling him Sam Greenwood. It's Lucas Greenwood, his brother. So he's going to check raise here, trying to represent a 6. He knows that Kurganov would continuation bet a very wide range.
Yeah, a lot of
Kurganov's got the
preparation,
best
hard
hand.
work and all that, but
And he's thinking about calling.
at the end of the day,
Yeah.
there's a lot of
It's a lot of yelling short deck.
yellow and short deck getting bailed out. Short deck.
So he does get called Greenwood. Check raise the flop. And he's going to continue betting. 27,000, just designed to put a lot of pressure against pocket 5s, pocket 7s, pocket 8s. Kurganov turns one of the best cards for his hand. So he's going to make the call. Greenwood's got to think his opponent has got at least an ace at this point. Unlikely a 6, given that Kurganov raised under the gun. So Greenwood needs to think, can he bluff Kurganov off of an ace? He's representing a 6 by check raising a flop and betting the turn. Greenwood shoves, but Kurganov all in on a stone cold bluff. We got to give him credit. Definitely got the heart. Can Kurganov hero call? Kurganov knows his opponent is representing a 6 and only a 6 this play.
Didn't want to use one of these? Why not? It's the classic, you know? When you have a hand, you just use one of them, and then you're like, I guess, now I'm doing it for value. It's the whole thing. Everyone knows about it.
Kurganov trying to get
Show
a
you how
tell
about it too.
from a time bank chip. So Kurganov throws in one time extension chip for 30 more seconds.
Rebuys are open, right? That's the main part. It's really the most important thing.
Greenwood maintaining composure, not giving in to Kurganov's talking. Another time bank chip in. So Kurganov gets another 30
I want to
seconds.
drop a bit of sauce on your shirt right now. That would at least upset you, I guess, a little bit.
Black sevens.
What if it's 7 of diamonds and come?
I know, right? You would have been like, you would have probably been like, I'm gonna bet the sauce is a pot, and I'm just gonna be like, and you're just gonna be like, go.
Still in the tank, almost 2 minutes.
Outrageous play. Outrageous.
Wow, he lays down the best hand, ace king.
What a fold.
Gotta give it to Greenwood. That's a
Toji.
sick play.
Toji, he says.
You can't use a time base when there's 3 left.
It's true.
Wow, what a move there.
That's
a
very
big
impressive.
fold.
Some guys, they just check raise his paired board once. They, oh, you called me, I give up on a turn. Then sometimes they bet the turn. Okay, I give up on the river. No, Greenwood went all the way there.
Live pro.
Oh, sure. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's one thing to have that as a, you know, strategy.
People say a chatty Cathy.
Yeah. Real common.
Hey,
I think it might be from the south.
I've never heard that one before.
Yeah, Chatty Cathy.
But to go for a bluff like that in a 250K.
I didn't know what a one-liner was.
No shit.
And I was playing a 200-400 game last week, and everyone was just like, how have you never heard of a one-liner?
Yeah, that is interesting.
A one-line?
In poker?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's 4 to a straight.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I know, I've been playing poker for 12 years. I don't know what one-liner is.
I never heard it.
I never heard it either.
I haven't heard that one either.
Me too. Guess we're all in the dark.
Timothy Adams is like, come on, dudes. Who do you think you're talking to here?
I knew Jason didn't.
Look, we only know short deck terms now.
You didn't-
Chinese terms.
Oh, I knew.
Oh, you knew.
Toji.
Sorry, my bad.
I was just
He
thinking,
was thinking about one-liners.
I was thinking some shit out. I was thinking about trying to make a one-liner.
I'm not really a one-liner guy. It's never a surprise when there's four lines out there and you just got the one line.
Aye.
So this is Igor Kurganov's
Decision, man.
Yeah. It's okay.
Yeah.
Sorry,
first Triton Super High Roller
just have this
Series
assumption that
since
Tell me to
last
shut the
few.
fuck up and to respect your banner.
Yeah, seriously, dude. Banners, bro. Okay, there's one randomly me over there just hanging out.
Says respect this, motherfucker.
Whoa.
Everyone's so rude.
We got a poker game brewing.
It's such a brutal spot though for Igor there, because it seems like one of those things where if you end up calling and they have 6-5 suited or 6-4 suited, you're just like, all right.
Oh no, I call.
This is not a hand that Kurganov is going to expect to get called by for 24 bigs.
I'll take I know hand for.
Ivan has a great shot at this with some dead money in the pot as well.
Oh no, you called. That's how I feel right now a little bit. Definitely oh no at this point.
So that's all Ivan. 82% chance to knock out Kurganov. One more card to go.
Aye.
Bad river.
All right, Igor.
GG. Deep out.
So Igor Kurganov eliminated after not hero calling.
Enjoy, boys.
He's going to have to find another
There's no beating.
250,000.
Oh no.
It was so funny. He's hilarious. Nice catch.
That's hilarious because I know Ivan was asking if he bluffed him or not, and just gave him a high five because it's a bluff.
Yeah, he has to appreciate a really nice bluff.
Like, what do you like to play better?
Short. Yeah, call him.
That's amazing.
You're saying which game I like better?
Which do you prefer playing?
Igor
Brain
walks
combo or
away. Let me just
enjoyment?
high five you.
Enjoyment.
I like playing heads up short deck a lot.
course you do, Jason. You won it twice.
But like, full ring now.
No, I enjoy it. Yeah, I enjoy it. I like them. I like them both a lot. I like PLO a lot too. But I guess short deck. I suck big time at PLO, but I like it.
I doubt that.
There's a big game right now. Yeah, I know.
You're slumming it with us.
No, man. You know, I care a lot about you guys, and I wanted to be here for you. Woo. Big dogs.
Yeah, I already figured out where to get my next jean jacket.
Yeah.
Might be my first jean jacket.
Wow.
Probably my first as an adult. I'm sure.
Dude, jean
I know.
jackets are the fucking
I know,
jam,
man.
bro.
That's why you need to be here. I have so much to learn.
Well, that's it. I mean, that.
Well,
we have a Greenwood fight brewing.
Oh, shit.
Oh. Is he taking worse position?
Battle of the Twinsies.
Oh, he's very. He's the thief. Can I have my change back?
So there's
I
Sam
really
Greenwood.
want some Greenwood blood. I don't care who wins.
I feel like that jean jacket would
I
go
feel
well
who
with Sam
wins.
Greenwood's hat.
I'd also settle for some Greenwoods just fucking up the rest of the table. You know,
They got
we might
That's
make
so
it-
true.
We might make today like a sitting go where we just get heads up.
Luke took out his legs, possibly with 3-4 suited as a bluff.
I was bluffing. I did not have 3-4.
Luke is like, lol, you think I had equity?
I had maybe one I should have given up on the turn.
Sounds
but
like it.
Sounds like because it's hard.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
Sounds
But
like
I
you
also-
didn't have a gutter.
I also kind of thought that I might get some outrageous folds, so I went for it.
Hey man, you never have to explain yourself when you're right.
Yeah,
I
listen.
agree.
If anyone gives you shit, just fuck up, you
So
nerd.
Furcat said to me today when I sucked out on him, he said, no one judges the winner. Don't judge the winner.
It's true.
You win the hand.
So
you won the hand.
good to see that they immortalized Sam Greenwood's stroker
Bringing you
hat in
not
his
to windmill
profile
in his
picture.
face. He was like really in your grill too.
Yeah, I just didn't
Where's the
want
hat at?
I mean, I'm just saying.
Welcome to the
if he's
table,
that close
pocket
to me
aces.
and I'm bluffing, he could shave with my cards.
The reason why I almost never show is because I feel like there are a lot of people who they'll just windmill the bluffs, but then when they have it, they'll just muck, and it's just kind of obvious. So I didn't want to.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm playing. Is there a cash game?
The balancing and the showing hands.
All pro. I'm glad I'm not.
PIO part 2.
Are you
Got
jumping
pocket aces over here.
Damn, that's a nice
Not me.
spot.
I had queen 3 offsuit.
Oh yeah. It's nice. Yeah, I've heard of that guy.
I had a bad.
Why do you think we're so
I
Oh
was
yeah.
trying to read. And then I
Everybody
look
gives
on
you
the
watches.
Stream. It's like,
You know what you gotta do in this 2 TV table? What's this?
Time bank. Time banks, yep.
Like waste time banks and be like a big like.
Yeah, jump in.
That whoever votes you, just so you can like just make sure to see what he has.
Paul, are you jumping in?
Wow. We just saw Ivan Leo miss Ace King
see.
because he wasn't on the table.
Oh gosh. His opponent also has King Queen, and they've been giving Ivan a lot of action.
Man, he played so fucking good.
Yeah, Pofo really did.
That final table was insanely long, right?
Yeah, it was nuts. 8-handed went forever, like 5 hours.
Yeah. And then.
But dude, I'm telling you, Paul played great.
Yeah.
You should look at the hits. He played sick.
I would have guessed in a heads up short deck the money just goes in like kind of a lot. but-
We were all 200 antes deep.
We
I
can,
mean, it was
worry
just.
about specifics if
Yeah, okay, then.
some more money goes in.
Yeah. And it's a game that you can control the size of the pots that you play. Like you really can. Deep, you can like, if people will agree with you to do the same thing, you can make it a really turn river heavy game. Just tons of limp pots, tons of just check,
Yeah.
check. Like you can really chip away at people in that game. But ring.
Yeah, I guess there's just such a big difference between there being like whatever 3 antes in the pocket
Yeah.
start to hand and like 10 antes in the pocket
Yeah,
start to
exactly.
hand.
It's entirely different.
Just want to point out that Ivan Leo had top 2 pair and a backdoor flush draw.
Oh, wow, yeah.
And his opponents both make middle pair.
Oh, man. So if there's no action, these guys are going to tie it. Both have a lot of showdown value, meaning that once the cards are shown, they have a big chance of winning. Never put it past Adams to do something crazy, though. This guy is extremely good. Fights so hard for every pot.
$3,000. 3,000.
3,000, the minimum.
3.
All right. They figure it out.
He was about to tilt pretty hard.
Dude, it's like, why would you bet the minimum? Yeah, chop it up.
You've seen the phones, right?
Yeah. And then the Leafs game's ruined for me anyways. My group chat with my friends, I just saw one of them wrote fucking Leafs. So.
But a friend of mine had.
You watch every game?
$3.
Yeah, I watch pretty much every game.
$3 DFS contest that day, and he had money. And he's fit.
Oh, really? How much? Yeah. Dope. It's about as much as I would bet. $3.
It was also a 2-game slate, so there's no. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Did you ever have a DFS thing or just your brother?
No, Max and I chopped the 100K that I've been there. That was like at the time. That was at the time like the biggest contest, biggest DFS contest of all time or whatever.
He was so stoked and he tried to like call me. And I was just like, listen man, I'm just like way too high for this. I don't know what's going on.
I have no idea how I didn't.
I was on a ski trip from a long day, just hit, and I was just like, I can't do this right now. I mean, like, I hope your guy catches the ball or something.
There truly is no better sweat than like a big DFS sweat.
It's so far and away the best. Because every play
matters, and like it's so.
As long as you have a guy, it sucks when you're like, okay, I hope the other guy doesn't do shit.
Yeah. Especially when it's like not even like a head-to-head one. It's like a generic. Like I just can't have like points scored, and if points are scored, it better be from some like it better be from like the fullback or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. I also feel like the high-stakes poker, you're like, all right, I gotta like lock in and focus here. But like when you have a huge DFS stretch, you're just like, all right, it's like out of my hands. Let's fucking go.
Time to drink.
Yeah.
I had my best ever DFS day at Matt Lowe's house. We just got so fucked up watching. It was when Rawls subbed in, and he just had like put up like a 50-point day as the backup.
Ivan, you going home after this?
The thing about
earn money.
You gotta work. You gotta work. He's gotta go make all the cheese.
You play poker. You play poker. Where do you live? Where do you live? Malaysia.
Jason Kuhn, pocket aces.
when before people like understood.
No, this hand's even better in this game.
Ace?
Yeah.
I had those. Might have been the same ones too.
Really? Diamond Club?
No, I had Hard Pub.
I at least got Tim's little 7,000
Give me
out
that.
of it.
Yeah.
Guy.
Oh, it's
Keep your
6.5?
Yeah, did you not? You only 4x'd it?
No, I thought it was Oh no, I knew it was 6.5.
Ivan, you got any kids? Do you have kids?
Yes.
How many?
3.
All right.
Learning something new about Ivan.
Yeah.
How old are they? 17?
Wow, you're so young.
Yeah.
It's crazy. You had kids at a young age, huh?
So that old one's going to be like here in like 3 years taking all our money.
That's funny. Man. I don't know if the world's ready yet for the poker world for 20-year-old Ivan Leo offspring.
Yeah.
Jeez.
It's going to teach him the right way to play right away. Aggressive.
Yeah.
Just keep betting until they fold.
They play Monopoly at home, and if the kids don't buy every single street they land on, they get punishment.
That was good. Three-way to the flop. Jason Kuhn makes jacks and queens. Adams trip queens. Action is on Adams in position. He's going to bet 6,500. This allows middle pair to come along, some ace highs, inside straight draws. Jason Kuhn makes the call.
Yeah, it'll be 4. Like early on in DFS, when you didn't like understand what was like how much equity you had.
So the turn
Like
card is the deuce.
145, and you'd be like in the top 10, and we're like, oh, what the dick?
I can't watch football anymore after like 2 years of betting like 100K a week on it. What's also is the Giants are so bad too.
So when I checked the Adams, he bet very small, just 6,500 on a flop. The deuce of pure blank. So when he bets very small, you know, he gets
35.
a lot of big hands, a lot of weak hands and big hands to continue. Pretty much a lot of Jason Kuhn's range. Now he's going for the big bet. So it's very small bet, now pot size. And this is very polarizing.
Yeah, Adams is incredibly annoying in these situations. Because first, it's almost like a tester to see if you have something. And then it's like, okay, I'll rope you in a little bit. All right, cool, so you have something at least. And then he just bombs it. I mean, imagine having Jack 8 here and just thinking, do I really got to fold to this guy here? You know, you don't really want to.
Yeah, Jason Kuhn thinks that Adams is very polarized to having a queen or just a draw. So he makes the call. River card's a 6, another blank. So at this point, Adams thinks that Jason Kuhn's either got a hand like Queen 10, Queen 9, or like Jack 10, King Jack, Jack 9. Adams very well versed in different bet sizes. Jason Kuhn, he knows his hand looks like a jack or a queen.
Yeah.
That is a ton of chips.
Oh, that's a quick fold.
Yeah.
Sounds like the graphics right.
Yeah, I believe the reds are 25,000 apiece. If so, that would be about a pot-sized bet. Yeah, it should be 25,000 apiece.
Yeah.
So the reds are 25,000. The orange chips are 5,000. The yellows are 1,000. The purples are 500.
I always like seeing classic structures of chips. Yellows should be 1K, purples 500s, you know what I mean? Blacks 100s, greens 25. Whenever that's different, it always messes me up. And then like 5Ks and up, you can do whatever you want, pretty much.
Yeah. Just, that's how you make yourself stand out.
Yeah.
Fancy colors.
Roughly what are you sitting on?
Just make sure your tournament always has some plaques. That's how you make it very like high class. So these guys, 150 big blinds deep effective. So Dan Smith calling a 5-3 offsuit. I mean, it's not the best flop for 5-3, but it's something. Something you can probably consider continuing on.
Yeah.
Inside straight draw.
Also, a lot of cards on the turn could come here where it's hard for high cards to barrel you off a possible draw. You're gonna see a lot of rivers once you call. So it goes check, check.
There's the jack, Greenwood. Now you're Dan Smith. You're sitting here with high card 5 and inside straight draw. You might be tempted to bet to move your opponent off of a hand like ace 5, ace 6, ace 3. There's actually a lot of hands that would fold to a turn bet.
One sweep.
Dan Smith's trying to figure out how often does Greenwood check back the flop and is willing to call a turn bet. You see Dan Smith wanting to bet. He is reaching for chips.
9,000?
9,000. This would put a ton of pressure on anything that isn't a jack or a 9. Greenwood actually has top pair. There's no flush draws out there. We know Greenwood can make some pretty light calls. Dan Smith, just because his opponent calls him doesn't mean that he has a jack. Dan Smith might be tempted to bluff most rivers. Does get some showdown value, not very much, but he beats hands like ace 10, king 10,
4 people,
king queen.
So is that?
Ace 8.
Yeah,
that sort of thing.
Like reaching a little bit, but it does have some showdown value. Dan Smith needs to decide, should he try to bluff his opponent off a hand like a 7? He's just going to check. Greenwood, got to feel pretty good about top pair. You know you can represent a lot of bluffs like queen 10, king queen. Try to get your opponent to hero call you.
How much is the bet?
40,000.
Practically pot.
Greenwood plays a really strong game.
Yeah, the Greenwoods are so tough to play against. They bet small, they bet big, they overbet. They do everything. The only thing they don't do is make it easy for you. So Smith, he's got bottom pair. And he's thinking about the hands he beats. Pretty much it's those straight draws we named earlier. Queen 10, king queen.
You bet smaller, it's going to shoot your ass up.
He's going to shoot you up.
I see.
Friendly game.
What? You tell him the truth.
It would have been.
Let's get him. After he
I don't
fucked out
know.
on you?
I mean, what have you?
Let's get him.
I think I'm glad I just won it.
You love him so much?
I love you too, Ivan.
Okay. Everybody else loves me.
You guys know Ivan's a sick singer?
What's
Yeah,
what's
he's
your-
like a great singer.
What's your go-to karaoke song?
You should bust out some songs,
He's being
man.
bashful.
I think that Ivan loves being at the table with exactly these guys.
I'm an average singer. I'm okay, but you're good.
He's
You
got
can
friends
hear it
in
when
low
you
places?
talk. You have like a radio voice.
Yeah, look at the deep. Listen to the deep husky voice. I want an audiobook by Ivan Leo.
Gonna make it 7,500.
I'm not surprised that Ivan's multi-talented. Dan Smith in the small blind, ace 10.
Dan, how'd you like it live at the bike?
I liked at the end of it when I got unstuck.
Oh, you did get unstuck?
Yeah.
Sick. I mean, but the playing experience.
It was dope.
Sweet.
They put on a great show. It was a ton of action.
Yeah, it looked like what's his face is driving it. Big time.
Try to cash games here,
Like
Dan
the
Smith.
production values, like
Those are pretty cool.
the
I think
same-
it's pretty good.
When I watched that, I saw that hand you played with Darren Elias, and it looked like
Dan Smith, owned by Darren Elias.
like all the production value was good, but like the actual like it just didn't look good. Like it was easy to follow and stuff, it just didn't look good, you know. I don't know about the high beams.
Dan Smith makes it straight.
Being shot on a iPhone.
Yeah.
I mean, I never watch it, but I've seen like
Yeah.
the Doug Polk highlights.
You've seen Dan Smith get owned by Darren Elias?
Nope, I don't want to see such things.
You put on makeup if you know you're going to be in the TV table.
Do I?
Yeah.
I put on the pause.
And then to break a little powder in. Some color.
And what's your secret to winning? Cashing for $1 million?
15-5.
So Jason Kuhn puts a lot of pressure here, but
Winning
Dan
rounds.
definitely has the hand to withstand that.
Swapping with people who lose. So, you know. Yeah, that's true.
That just happens to be you. Hard work dedication.
Dan Smith thinking about check raising after he gets sneaky on the turn. Jason Kuhn could easily have a hand that can give some action like pocket queens, queen jack. Dan thinks he's just got one pair type hand, so he just calls. Super sneaky when it blanks off. The river card's a 3. Dan's representing a hand like a jack or a queen. It can't really handle too much heat. Jason Kuhn might want to take a stab, even though it would not work.
This is a bet to win situation for Jason.
63.
Pardon? 6-3.
Oh man, look at that induce.
Are you sure you 63?
Jason Kuhn trying to move his opponent off of queen 10, jack 10, maybe even like king 10.
63.
Sometimes, even though you got a big hand, you just got to slow play it because your opponent's going to attack the weakness.
Yeah, we're one of these sports watchers.
What a trap from Dan Smith. He's just taking a little bit of time before he shoves. Trying to make it look like he can have some bluffs. There's the all in.
Jason, never blab a fish.
Yeah, I should have known.
12 back.
Shot him out this time.
This one wasn't very hard.
Never blab a fish. But this one is not a normal fish. It's a Josh.
I do love how Ivan's just really
You see
friendly with
the,
all the players. I don't think he's played with Dan Smith
Do you
before.
know what game's going on back there? I saw Tim Vey and Wooey and Tan sitting, but I don't
Some
know.
big short deck game.
Yeah.
I don't know if you knew the stakes or anything. Anywhere from 30K to 100K probably. Ante.
That's Hong Kong dollar.
Sounds pretty big.
Yeah, 12,500 US dollar ante. That sounds
ante.
Legit.
That means they're putting in 25,000 on the button. Gosh,
Standard
you just like fold every hand. That's like 100K around, right?
Yeah, standard race size that we've seen would be $120,000. What?
That was the buy-in of the tournament Jason Kuhn won.
Yeah. I race. It's a good spot to re-race.
I raised the entry of event number 5. I'm all in for the first place prize of event number 5.
Only thing I didn't really like about Live at the Bike is like button antes and, or I'm sorry, button straddles and like 3 blinds. There sometimes there was like 4 or 5 blinds out there.
That's annoying.
And it just.
Yeah, that's really annoying.
But I mean,
nothing to do.
Game was good and there's a lot of action throughout the play. Whenever.
Good.
Yeah.
Keep you entertained.
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of times certain straddles will definitely kill the action. Like button straddles, usually pretty bad for a game, but people kind of see it and people think it brings so much. But it kind of it's just
They're
like the
doing
same.
another of that same version this week.
Oh yeah, I saw you talk about that.
Kind of just makes the action players more forward to pot, and then like the tighter players like, okay, I'm gonna wait for the nuts because
Exactly, yeah.
the pot's like double.
It's the same, like people kind of see stuff on TV where they'll say,
like
oh,
the modern era,
let's do, every time we win a pot, we have to reveal a card. It shuts everybody down, but it sounds like fun to
I
suggest
think
it.
high stakes poker was better.
It was 6-12 maybe, or?
It was 3-6, but yeah, it would go all the way up to bigger.
Yeah.
We played some high stakes poker here.
Yeah. Yeah, that was super high stakes.
They are referring to the $1 million Triton Super High Roller Series cash game No Limit that Sam Greenwood partaked in.
Snap call.
Oh, that's a jack.
That was that's hilarious that you were taking Igor to the streets after that aggressive shakedown he gave you. That was
Yeah.
awesome.
You wanna check quarter turn? Okay.
Yeah, I thought
We'll see.
Very.
Check quarter turn.
I would consider that
You wanna check quarter
obnoxious.
turn?
Too much.
Yeah.
No, not
I mean, invading personal space is just not okay.
Obnoxious.
No.
And, yeah.
honestly,
I have a
the
bluff.
one thing, the
Bluff
thing
me
that
too.
bothered me more than anything
That's good.
was when
Yeah,
he
that.
clearly doing
Yeah.
that to try to get a reaction.
Yeah, exactly.
Can I get your attention for one moment? During the break, we're going to bring your table down.
Okay, it's very good. It's very good.
But
Huh?
really important, your table will be moved onto this table in front of us. So you're not going over there. You will be on this table.
Okay.
We'll be going there.
Okay, thank you.
We will move your chips,
Not there.
not onto the table
there.
5, which you were on originally, but
Yeah.
It's
Igor raised under the
very
gun. Calls big blind 6-6-2. Check raise.
No, it was 3-way. I called the button.
Yeah,
I
Tim called.
believe they're saying that the
makes
table will
sense
be
how that's
moved to the
going.
outer table so we can kind of make it fair and get some other
You bet,
cool
fold,
players
raise,
on our
turn
featured
ace,
tables.
Rainbow. Luke. Bet, call, river, 3. You shove for like half pot or?
More than half. Well, like 2/3 maybe. I think
Just
he had like
gave
80
him a
back.
shakedown, dude. Did a chip thing. Did a chip thing.
Yeah, the chip.
Said a like
Talking.
kind of a. I mean, whatever.
Igor loves the pump fake.
Yeah. Well.
I think pretending these are chips, so it's like it's just not okay.
Yeah, I mean it's just like very. Just.
If I were you, I totally would have fucking slammed it.
Yeah.
Slapped Igor in the
Feel
face. I don't know about that.
I mean, maybe it's more painful to be like, I made a great fold, and then in 30 minutes, if somebody texts you that you just got fucking nutted
Yeah,
on.
that hurts. That hurts worse. I think it hurts worse
675?
for sure.
The
Call.
you know the A6 move was Farwell. Yeah.
It's almost, you know, gamer. 86 pots is playing this.
Oh yeah, that shit's so funny. He's just like.
Kind of works the giant biceps too. Like he really could cover his face like that.
Looks like there's a break coming up. And registration is open until tomorrow. So probably see some new faces. Especially those guys that are playing late night cash games. They might want to skip day one. So we got a three-way flop. Adams. You know, he did this small bet with trip queens earlier. Doing it with just ace high. Three-way action on the flop. Adams makes second pair. It's not often good, but it does have some showdown value. Checks it back. Her card is the 9. Ivan's got 6-4 high.
Check.
And correctly doesn't stab at it because another player called. Just too likely that Greenwood has a king.
Yeah, those are more in small pots the kind of moves that you use when it's heads up. It's two people. It's just like you said. It's a little bit too likely.
And you know, some players, they like show up with a high card hand on the river because they missed. They just feel, I must bluff, I must bluff. But it's about reading the situation. You don't have to do something 100% of the time based on your hand strength.
Yeah, you know, sometimes checking and knowing you're going to lose the pot is still the situation that makes you lose the least.
Correct. Greenwood's going to bet 16,000. Adams got ace jack. See if Adams can get away with his hand. It does look like someone's got a king when he gets called in 2 spots. He's still going to call. He knows Greenwood has a lot of bluffs in general. Nice value bet of king 10.
Poppy.
All right, so we're going to go on a break. Let these guys rest up a little bit, and we'll be back for more day one action in this $250,000 buy-in. So don't go anywhere. And watch some highlights.
Sorry, what? Sometimes be spoiler. King of Hearts.
Oh, baby.
I got King of Diamond.
Oh, baby.
King of Hearts.
I think it's going to be a dramatic flop.
Whoa. That is a dramatic flop.
Jason with the deck reads once again.
Ace of Diamond. 5 of spades.
6 or 7.
Ace of Diamond.
Everyone calling for the cards.
Ace of Diamonds or Ace of Hearts. I forget which one.
I think a queen is fine.
I think he's just going to go 5-8 and then chop it up.
I think a queen is fine, they said.
Turn card is a 4.
Boo.
No, 6 or 7 or 4.
Jam, baby.
Lang Shu needs a lot of cards to hit to stay in this tournament.
Sama.
Featherboard.
Sama.
6, 7
Small
or
cut. Small cut.
Ooh.
It's a 3.
Sweat. You got to count maybe, just in case.
So Michael Soiza going to eliminate Lang Shu in 7th place.
Yeah, puts him back in first.
For you, but 10%
2.3, just, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're really a big flip.
Wow, Lang Shu actually played really well this whole tournament.
Yeah. How many you have, bro? You know, honestly, in my head, right, when you 3-bet, right, I was thinking, please let me win this flip, please let me win this flip.
Michael Soiza's got pocket 4s. He knows that Jason Kuhn's going to want to shove soon because the big blind ante is coming next hand.
$1,015,000.
Michael Soiza does still have 4 players to act behind him. So he's just going to lay it down. Pocket 9s for Britton Kenny. He's not going to fold. So he shoves.
Get easy on me.
Flip.
So we got a coin flip 1-9. It's been folded.
Yeah, force.
Yeah. Just in case shit like that happens.
This is a great win, lose, or draw for me. This is a great scenario given that I have a queen and a 10 in my hand.
Yep.
There comes the front. Jason Kuhn is at risk.
Slow start.
Jagged cards.
Turn card is the 4.
Shit, just stuck it in.
Jason Kuhn needs a queen or a 10. It's a deuce, so Jason Kuhn eliminated in 6th place.
I have all in at a final table this week, I think. I'm going to try to do it in the million short deck, though.
Good luck.
Jason Kuhn eliminated in 6th, gets $306,000. Everyone gets a $90,000 pay jump. They're guaranteed $400,000.
Yeah.
There's no way I could get it.
1-9. 1-9 plus, sorry.
Michael Soiza in the big line of ace-8, going to make the call here.
GG says. He has 43%.
Yeah, he's in good shape.
Stand up
GG,
is
you gotta win the flips, bro. I got
stand up is what you need to do.
I love that. Step 1, stand up.
Queen
Yeah, they're both standing up,
Yeah.
countering each other.
Step 2, queen, queen, queen.
Who can root for the card more?
Now you gotta.
Ace 10 jack.
No. Ace.
Civil War.
I think 893.
Oh, you don't come
Yeah,
in.
see, that's what you gotta ask for.
Yeah, 893 is like flop, I think.
Comes the flop.
Oh.
It's a queen or a 10.
I love how nothing happened on the flop and 2 or 3 people go, ooh.
Comes the turn card. It's a 5. One more card for Bay. Seven. So Wang Baycock going to take 5th place for $400,000. Very well played.
Good run.
Everyone's in good spirits and happy.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching him play. He's provided a lot of entertainment yesterday, today. He's been very chatty at the table, played some big pots.
Yeah, he really.
I mean, who could blame him? This is a really strong hand to have against the button.
Especially a player like Soiza who's aware to put some pressure on. I think he's going to go for it. He does shove. Soiza's got to love this.
Call.
Bryn
Good
Kenny
pair.
in trouble.
Hold, baby.
Soiza asking for a hold. He's got 72% favorite to knock out Bryn Kenny. This will actually make a massive chip leader. Whoever wins this pot, 6.9 million in the middle.
Had a king.
You have a 9?
I had a pretty good hand. I had king jack offsuit.
So
Very nice hand.
3 nines left.
So far, so good for Soiza.
I think a 6, 9, 8, 7, 10, queen. Any of those are okay. Especially 9. No shit.
Turn cards a 6 of diamonds.
That's an interesting one.
At least it was a diamond.
Yeah.
At least it's diamond.
Yeah, it gives Soiza a flush draw.
So he gains 2 outs there for Kenny.
Comes the river card. It's a 7.
Unlucky. Good game.
Good game for Bryn Kenny, 4th place finisher.
Good game, brother.
Just picked up $500,000, 509,000 US dollars. Everyone just got a $170,000 pay jump.
Yeah, nice score for Bryn. I mean, in that position, it really is anyone's game, and he had a really strong.
Jack.
Hey, just so you know.
Yeah.
Go anyway.
Just within a second, I had diamonds. All right, cool.
Ace 8, king jack suited.
So Ivan at risk, 5 million chip pot.
Send it.
He's got the best hand, 53 to 46%.
Yep.
Dodges everything so far.
Yeah, it's a good flop for Ivan.
I still have a 6.
Not a single diamond. It's hard to make a runner on the straights here.
No, I want to let you drawing it. Don't like that. Exciting a bit. 10 on the turn. No, you still got a lot, bro. You give me 2.5 only, bro. Fair point.
I mean, ace does it. No, ace is actually better than 6.
Oh, wow.
It's a jack.
Not over yet.
Well,
It's not over yet.
Ivan needs an ace, 10, or 6 to stay in this tournament. Comes the river card. It's a 4.
Okay, bro.
wow.
Good game for Ivan Lau. Got 3rd place, 2 unlucky hands. The kings was the big one. 676,000. Another final table for him. Another flop. A lot of players like to check back middle pair. Michael Soiza only beats a bluff. So here's Soiza here. You got to think about all of the combos you beat. You beat diamonds. They're missed. You beat Jack 9. You beat Queen Jack.
Yeah, he blocks 9-7. That's one of the problems.
We've seen Soiza make a big hero call against Ivan, and it was correct earlier. Can he make one more hero call? 7 million chips in the middle.
If he calls, it's all over immediately.
This is also a shot clock tournament, which is against Soiza right now. He only has a few time bank chips left. He's already burned 1 on this hand. Soiza's really thinking about it. He knows you got an 8 or you don't.
Gotta respect this bluff here by Sam Greenwood.
Soiza's an
Call.
excellent. He
Wow,
makes the call.
He does it.
You got it.
Amazing.
What a call.
Pocket sevens is good. Michael Soiza is the champion. That was a
Good
$400,000 heads-up match in one hand.
Wow, what a call. Huge props to both players. What a fantastic hand.
That is amazing. Michael Soiza wins event number 3, the $64,000 six max event for $1.45 million. Welcome back, everyone. Jeju Shinhwa World Landing Casino hosting this Triton Super High Roller Series in Jeju. We got 2 featured tables for you now. Finally set up that blue table after that main event, and we're gonna go straight into the action. Remember, with Triton Super High Roller Series, we got those double featured tables. We can switch back and forth, show you all the cool big pots.
Yeah, so it looks like we have Peter Jetson, Hecklin, and I believe that's Shu.
That's right.
Shu.
That's Lang Shu. He final tabled the 6 max event, and I found his play pretty impressive.
Yep, I think so too. And he had a few deep runs last year at High Rollers as well.
Yeah. Not a face that some of the players aren't familiar with.
Matthias Eibinger here in vision.
I believe Eibinger did re-enter this tournament. He always stacks his time bank chips really cool.
Yeah. And I'm so happy that we see D. Peters as well at this table. Fearless, fearless, fearless. I mean, that goes for all of these guys, though. But I have to say, like, any time with D. Peters, you think, oh, would he re-raise here? Or would this be a cool spot to check raise? He just does it without being predictable and just so good on multi-streets as well. This man.
So there's Hecklin. I believe this is his 3rd entry into the tournament already. Michael Adamo, he is on a heater last year from Australia. He's only got 100,000 chips. Raises the cutoff pocket deuces. Gonna take a post flop spot here. Peter's got queen 10. Adamo trying to dodge ace king type boards or ace with a deuce.
Yeah, and this is such a good spot for Peters as well, because he has outs to the nuts, he has a backdoor flush draw. At the same time, he can really credibly represent his board.
Yeah, I think Peters is going to consider betting this flop. His opponent would be in a lot of trouble. But hand like pocket eights, what are you going to do on ace jack deuce?
15.
So 15,000. You're Michael Adamo. You got 90,000 chips, a small bet in front of you, but you have such a hammerlock on his hand. I think a call would be pretty nice in position.
Yeah, I think so too.
You're going to get the rest of the stack in usually against an ace. There's no scare card for an ace, given your stack size.
It's always nice too when, I mean, you know, you want your stack to be as big as possible, but when you have a stack that you can get in on 2 streets of action, not necessarily on 3, makes it very nice to just slow play.
Yeah, you see the slow play from Adamo. He's got position. Sure, the heart comes, but your stack was so small anyways, you're going to get it in. You want to maximize your chance to get in with bad hands. Peters only has 25%, turns a heart draw. It wouldn't surprise me if he considers jamming here, because he would put a lot of pressure on, like, king, jack of spades. What are they going to do on this turn? You know, Peters can hit a straight with king. He's got backup with the hearts. Puts his opponent all in. As expected, Adamo looking to double up if he can hold. There's a starting stack in the middle in this pot.
It's a lot of outs against a set.
And that's a full house. So Peter's down to 85,000 chips.
74.
Too much.
Just one, right? Oh, okay, one before, yeah.
So now Peter's down to 85,000. Man, what a rough table this is.
I do want to say that every table is a rough table here. So it looks like Peter Jetton in seat number 1. Yep, confirmed.
And Hecklin is such a beast too. Online legends.
Yeah, Hecklin's been starting to play these high roller tournaments of recent and already doing really well. Cash game specialist. Shu Long here. 10-9 suited. So open this up.
It must be so nice too, because you know those guys. 95, okay. Because these guys, you know, they've been crushing online for years, and then they're like, okay, so I've done all that. I'm gonna take it a little bit more easy, play live, have the social, you know, social engagement as well.
It's funny because, you know, a lot of live online guys before, they didn't like live poker at all, but now, you know, when you actually play it, it's pretty fun.
Yep.
And of course, the stakes are bigger. Ibinger, pocket jacks in the cutoff.
It is 27.
So it makes it, I believe, 27,000.
Wow, lots of hearts dead.
So Shu Long here with 10-9 suited. It's a pretty good hand when you got deep stacks. It does suck that you're out of position. About 20 more thousand chips to him. And these games are very aggressive. So he is going to want to put some defense. He knows his opponent's going to 3-bet hands that isn't premiums. Ibinger actually has jacks. All right, that's pretty action flop. That's a great flop for Shu Long here. You got top pair, open and straight draw. You know, if you're up against a hand like aces, you're not that far behind.
At the same time, this gives a little bit of an issue for Ibinger, because if you bet this board, you're gonna very quickly represent an overpair, and it makes it a little bit more face up. So a lot of players sometimes elect to slow play these boards with overpairs. At the same time, that keeps you out of trouble against the exact hand that Shu has. But jacks might be a good candidate to bet as well, because they're more vulnerable to overcards.
And it's also super annoying. Like, say the card's like a 6 on a turn. Yeah, I would say it's you kind of want to bet, but you're just praying not to get raised.
Yeah.
And you know, not every decision is going to be easy in this game. Ibinger is going to bet 23,000. So you got top pair open into straight draw. You gotta decide, do you want to put pressure on some overpairs by actually raising, or do you just want to take it slow because you don't think your opponent would actually fold an overpair?
Yeah.
That is 55.
So it looks like Shu Long is committing himself. He's raising to 55,000. Has to have the intention here of calling it off.
All in.
All in.
So all in and a call. Shulong here is not going to like to see jacks because 2 jacks are dead to make it straight.
Yeah, 10 is no good for 2 pair either.
Yeah, would have preferred to be up against queens or kings.
Still has 32% though.
Yeah, it's solid. 450,000 in the middle. Ace on a turn. Need some help. 1 card to go, 18%. River card's a 3, so Shulong is eliminated from the main event.
192.5.
Unlimited re-entry. He can get back in it.
Okay. 225.
So GG Shulong, and I think Ibinger is going to be pretty happy after the quick call to actually see the hand that he dominated in a lot of ways. So here we see some of these chip counts. Peter Jeton has a big stack. He's been doing pretty well this week. Finished 2nd in an event for $900,000. And let's see, Matthias Ibinger after the pot also launched himself over 100 big blind mark. Plays 500,000 chips. David Peters on the short stack now, of course, after doubling up a demo earlier.
Yeah, Peter Jeton did get 2nd place to Devin Tang, $915,000 in the short deck ante only. That guy, he's been really grinding these super high roller series. Hasn't been able to ship a tournament, but always final tables, big scores. Very consistent player.
Yep. Yeah, it's really good to see him on the circuit again. It's mostly these events, but it's nice. It's a familiar face from back in the day.
Ace-9 for Jeton on dealer button.
Service.
Price. 9,000.
Yeah, A2 is one of the worst hands in the game.
All right, so action is on Adamo in the small blind.
Price. 16.
See a difference in style. He likes to open in the small blind. A lot of players actually been limping. Ibinger, King 4 offsuit. Lays it down.
4 times the big blind. Pretty hefty raise.
I'd like to order something to drink, but People don't want to join the TV table. They are afraid.
Don't be afraid. We got good service for you, Ibinger.
Luca, can I have a sparkling water, please? No.
Oh, sorry.
Got some more action. We saw Ibinger for a little bit in the other tournament as well, of course. He's been having a massive 2018.
Yeah, that's correct. So many big scores. I don't even want to name them all.
Yeah, it's very depressing.
This is his Triton Super High Roller Series debut. And you get pocket kings in a small blind. So Ibinger thinking about 3-betting, just what size. Playing about 60 big blind effective. 28,000. Now Michael Adamo's got Jack-8 of clubs. He's got position, deep stacks. He's up against an opponent who probably 3-bets pretty light. It's pretty tempting to call in position. We'll see what Adamo thinks. He is going to make the call.
Now we also see Ibinger use raise sizes that are a little bit smaller than what I'm used to from a lot of the super high roller guys. Always an ace.
Yeah, you know, kings is just, a lot of people have different opinions on how to play them on ace-high flops. Some players like to check, some players like to bet small. Really don't think there's an absolute best way to play it. We'll see what Ibinger does.
Okay.
He decides to check. Now your Michael Adamo, this is a decent flop for you. You got an inside straight draw to make a 10. Make a straight, that would be very well disguised. Backdoor club draw. Your opponent has 3-bet you and check back to flop. Thinks he's got a piece, so he checks it back. Got a 6. Now you can make a straight with a 5.
Yeah, and on top of that, it's more connected boards for single pair hands to play against.
So Ibinger has 3-bet pre-flop. Let's check the flop. Does he want to bet now because it's getting a little bit more connected?
Check.
He's going to continue to check. Well, as we play that hand out, let's take a look on the outer table. Bryn Kenny putting Jimmy Guerrero at risk. He's got pocket kings. Ten, 6-3 rainbow. Turn card is a jack. And Guerrero's going to double up here. All right, back to the action. And we see Adamo has bet 43,000. I don't blame him. He's seen his opponent check to him twice in a 3-bet pot on an ace-high board. I would say that most players would want to bet ace-king or ace-queen either on the flop or the turn.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really cool line, and he's going for 2/3 spot. He realizes that he really needs to put pressure. And one thing that you need to consider in these hands is that your opponent's going to have an underpair to the ace a lot of the time when they check twice. So you really have to fire twice a lot. Of course, there's some specific information where that's going to prevent you from doing so. But if your opponent had a hand like Queen Jack, they're most likely just betting the flop.
So Ibinger makes the correct call. Here comes the river card. It's another ace, so that's a good card from Adamo. Probably doesn't like to see that ace because now he can't represent a hand like 6-7 that could beat pocket kings.
Yeah, that's one of the worst cards. At the same time, people don't really bluff in this situation, so you know, lots of these guys are absolute sickos when it comes to aggression. If he does end up betting here, it's gonna look incredibly strong, and he's not gonna win by checking.
Yeah, this is definitely a bit of a guessing game for
Wow.
Adamo. He's going to bet.
Man,
all
I'm
of
excited.
the
But
chips.
this is insane. This is so much pressure. He did it within 20 seconds as well. This is next level aggression.
He's bet all of his chips but 1,000. Eibinger, pocket kings. He knows his hand looks like pocket kings, pocket queens, and jacks. He knows this is a good card for him, and his opponent should know that. But he's still betting into him.
Yeah. This is the difference between battling an extremely tough regular or battling a regular. This is next level.
Eibinger, pocket kings passes.
What a bluff.
Tell me, did you have it?
Sorry?
Tell me, I will see it on the stream.
What do I say?
So there's a chance that they didn't try.
No, there's no chance. They can't like that. They always.
No, as in like sometimes maybe they didn't read the cards. Or,
It's true.
That's pretty unlikely.
Ruthless.
So you had it. That's good.
Bad conclusion.
Now he's going to want to say it because he's like, hold up.
Good fold.
We got good production. We're not going to miss that hand.
Yeah, you crazy.
Michael Adamo is new to the Triton Super High Roller Series. Showing us he got some moves.
Yeah, that was really nice. Don't worry, Eibinger. You got your snazzy glasses on today. We're going to show you on the feature table. What a bluff.
Add a pair.
So Guerrero with some newfound chips after the double against Brinkeni. He's in a spot against Beczykowski. Beczykowski has 2 pair and a flush draw. Guerrero defended his big blinds and has trips.
How much?
18,000.
18.
So Jimmy Guerrero with 10-7 against Badzikowski.
He's going to make the call. He's out of position. That means he doesn't give his opponent too much credit for a hand yet. That locks it up for him. It's going to be really interesting to see if Beczykowski is going to go for some value on this board.
I check.
Well, great check.
Ooh la la.
You probably lose.
Yeah, you definitely lose. Jimmy G gonna win that pot.
So switching back, Eibinger, and here we see some of the bigger raise size that we see in the high rollers a lot. Jeton 3-betting to 38,000. And he gets called. He's dominated, but he does have the initiative. So if both players miss, a lot of the time Jeton's going to win this hand. That's why 3-betting could be such a powerful tool.
So 84,000 in the middle. Jeton's got 2%. Jen's going to check. Eibinger of top pair. 3 diamonds on the board. Makes you kind of want to bet a little bit, just because the turn could be really bad.
Yeah, it's an interesting check from Jeton. If you're going to have to check fold here, you might have missed an excellent opportunity at stealing the pot. This is a very scary board. Like, if somebody has 8s or 9s without a diamond, there's so many jack 10 of spades, 10 9 of clubs. Like, all of those hands will just instantly fold if you bet 20% pot. But he lets that spot go.
Okay.
So Peters with pocket jacks on a raise under the gun. Gets called by Ibinger. Not much of a flop. Peters with a pair of jacks. He's only got 67,000 behind. So it goes check, check. Ibinger just 7 high. So your Peters here, you check back the flop. You're gonna check back the turn. River card is a 10. Ibinger can't really win the pot unless he bets. But you might think Peters has some showdown value to continue checking.
And it's so annoying that if you bet here, okay, just check, but if you bet here and you get called by jacks, and you see that somebody has jacks, it takes so many future possible bluff scenarios.
So Peters has seen his opponent check him 3 times. He's got a value bet now. Your short stack, try to get any kind of value you can. It's very important. It allows you to survive longer. And he's going to fire enough to get his opponent to fold. So I've been told that Paul Foy has entered the main event after his second place finish for $2 million in event number 5.
5 minutes left.
I mean, it's still going to be another probably
No.
20 since you said.
No, now the stream starts.
Here we see the chip counts again. Jeton still very much in first. Dave Peters wins a small pot, but had to pay a few blinds, so he's still at the same stack as well. Henrik Heklen with 50 big blinds. Love to see him play some pots. We saw Adamo play a really nice pot there with Jack 8. Fearless bluff in a situation where you just don't see people bluff that often. People see the second ace come and they think, oh, too bad it was not a different card. I can't really make hands fold now, but he went for it and it worked.
Yeah, he's the only Australian player at this series. So cool to see different parts of the world come out here. So Adamo, pocket nines, gonna open it up. This guaranteed all in for both players.
Yeah.
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 Peter's got 20 big blinds. Pretty much a value shove. Adamo's basically thinking, well, got a pair of nines, what am I gonna do?
All in, 85.
Yeah, he called so fast before the chips even got to the end. So David Peters at risk.
Both players are literally printing money here by going all in and then calling, so both were very happy with their hand.
Here comes the flop. That's all David Peters.
Peters now up to 176,000. Very nice for him. Really needed a double.
The movie you're talking about on Twitter, would you say it's good?
It's pretty good, yeah.
It's 6.4.
Yeah,
So would you say it's better than 6.4?
I would have given it like 7.
Okay.
What has it rated as a 6.4?
IMDb?
Okay.
What movie is it? I don't remember the name.
I am not an easy man. I would guess that IMDb will be like super polarized ratings because it's like so political in nature.
Yeah, I suppose.
So like all the feminists are going to rate it 10 out of 10 and all the
right.
men's rights activists are going to rate it 0 out of 10.
Uh-oh.
All right.
It's so unique that I think it's definitely worth watching even if they could have done a little better job at it.
Got it.
Don't know the movie, it's French apparently.
8,500?
What? Get joined by what, all-time
And the
number
stuff
one?
I didn't like about it is a lot of minor
Moneyless?
details that a lot of people won't care about. The big picture stuff is all good.
How much did you start with?
Action on Matthias Eibinger, King Jack suited, going to call. Those orange-black chips are 5,000 apiece.
This is a pretty nice board for Hecklin, and that's an understatement. He flops 3 of a kind. Raising from under the gun. You would check this board quite a lot. You don't do too hot with betting here. That's a money card there.
All right, so Hecklin, pocket 4s. Let's get some value. 21,000. Your Ibinger, you got top pair on a turn. Turn type top pairs are pretty disguised. It's gonna want to probably continue.
It's actually kind of nice for Hecklin that the turn is the 3rd spade. Of course, it makes it a little bit more dangerous, but at the same time, if you have a hand like ace-jack or ace-queen with a spade in it, it's if you miss the river, you're gonna get paid off much easier by hands like the one Ibinger has, because they'll assume that you miss the flush sometimes too. And that really doesn't change much, because it's a little bit unlikely that Hecklin checks the flop and then bets 70% pot with, or 80% even with a 10.
So you make a full house. I think Hecklin might size up here. Try to get his opponent to call. Yeah. When I say size up, I mean super size up.
This is such a cash game. You can just tell like somebody's such a tough cash game player when they think about making moves like this.
Get maximum value. A 10 would definitely want to consider hero calling. A flush, well, we know that's never folding, and they probably would call pot size bet.
Yeah.
Sometimes the king would hero call you here.
Yeah, he's not gonna expect a 10 like we said because of the big turn sizing. So many hands that still miss. And the sick thing is that Ibinger can also kind of rule out king, queen, and ace, king this way. So it's much more polarized than that. That's what makes this such an interesting bet. I wouldn't have even considered this sizing.
Yeah, Hecklin, one of the best cash game players. Plays the highest stakes. So this is a shot clock tournament, 30-second decision, but you can use your time extension chips to get additional 30 seconds.
Sorry.
So he is going to go overtime. A minute and 30 in the tank, lays it down correctly. You can't blame them. They probably haven't played with each other that much too. It's hard to just hero call down when you don't have as much history.
Do you think it would have changed if Ibinger had seen the Jack-8 bluff already?
Yeah.
He just thought, not this shit again.
People stop bluffing me.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, this 30-minute delay.
Cannot flush.
Good guess.
Good guess.
Only a Scandinavian can say it like stone-faced like that. Something super sarcastic without even letting anybody know that you're joking. Good guess.
Have you ever followed, like, read Hecklin's tweets? They're, like, really funny.
Yeah.
You should check them out
Yeah.
if you haven't. Just cracks me up every time. Good guess.
you can't watch the stream.
Yeah.
It's not allowed.
So Eklund, a really strong draw here. But he only has queen high and he's out of position. Always tough when it gets checked through. Especially on a card like this. It's unlikely that you would bet a lot of hands when a king appears. Like if there's a low card, you could even represent some of the 9s. 10, 9, 9, 8s. Just makes things a little bit more complicated. Eklund not want to back down.
So we have a total of 37 entries, 23 remaining. This is the red table. That would be Jules Dickerson. Bodzikowski's got pocket jacks. It's Christoph Vogelsang, Bryn Kenny. King, queen in the small blind.
A 40 big blinds deep effective.
Call.
Gonna make the call.
Now by calling with king, queen, you let your opponent not fold hands that like queen 10 or king 10 offsuit. Jimmy Guerrero, queen 9 of diamonds in the big blind. Pretty playable hand.
Call.
Let's take a flop 3 ways. 34,000 in the middle. That's a pretty good flop for Jimmy G.
Check.
He's got a double gutter, can hit a jack or a 7 to make a straight.
Check.
Fortunately, Bodzikowski's got 2 jacks. Bodzikowski is the pre-flop raiser. He's got 2 opponents. He's likely gonna want to bet on his flop. This really hits a big blind calling range, so you need to charge hands like 10-9, 8-9, 6-7, 2 clubs, even queen jack. Bodzikowski gonna bet a third of the pot, gets Bryn Kenny out of there. Jimmy Guerrero, you got a double gutter. Got backdoor diamonds. Yeah, multiple choices. You could check call, you could check raise. Both plays pretty good.
Yeah, especially because you're playing against the 40 big blind stack.
Those are raising chips, if you want to drop them in.
39.
So it does make it 39,000. So Jimmy Guerrero knows he can represent big hands from the big blind. He can represent 7-9, 10-8, pocket sixes, 8-6. I can name all of the hands. And that's a good thing. You want to be doing these check raises from the big blind, because if you did it from the small blind, you're not perceived to call hands like, say, 10-6 suited in the small blind.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Your Bodzikowski, you know the big blind likes to represent hands. You got pocket jacks on a very vulnerable board. Sometimes your opponent's going to check raise for value if worse, like ace-10, king-10. So that's why he's not folding. He's got a pot-sized bet left. Turn card is the king, so that's actually pretty scary for Bodzikowski. But before we finish that hand, let's take a look at Justin Bonomo. Pocket aces. 3-betting.
Wow, and look at Adamo. He has pocket eights in the big blind. Yeah, I can't fault him. Justin Bonomo, very aggressive player. He's going to attack the button a lot.
Snap call. So Michael Adamo is at risk against Justin Bonomo. Domino just thinks that Bonomo would 3-bet such weak hands from the small blind, so it shoves eights, and the flop is 6-7-3. Turn card's a 9, so a 5, 10, or 8 doesn't get there. The Australian is eliminated, and let's get back to the action. Jimmy G has checked the turn. Your Bodzikowski, you got to think your jacks are good. So he does shove pot and should take down the hand.
I fold it around to Guerrero.
Oh, option.
Alright, so Guerrero flops bottom pair. The fours need one of those fives to make a straight. Still, it's a pretty reasonable board for 7-4. It's always nice if you can bet with some equity.
$4,000. Check.
So this is the battle of the pretty weak hands.
$16,000.
16.
All right, back to the blue table. Eibinger's time clock tower is looking a little bit incomplete. Action is on Eibinger, going to raise the button. All right, so both players missed the flop. It's a pretty good board to continuation bet because the big blind, they don't play 2s and 3s in their hands too often. So that's why you see Eibinger continuation betting. Kind of chip up there. Been told that Richard Young has entered the field. Both him and Paul Foy are out there on the outer tables.
Thank you.
I think Justin Bottom was a tournament chip leader.
Yeah, he's definitely way up there. After knocking out Michael Adamo with them aces.
Yeah, of course, there could be some big stacks out there.
So Eibinger opens the cutoff of ace-7 of clubs. David Peters, king-9 suited. He's going to call. He's got the position. Be a reasonable hand as long as you got some good post-flop moves. Jetton's got pocket 7s. Pretty good hand to try to set mine with multi-way. With a pocket pair like this, you want to get as many players as you can in the pot so that when you hit a hand, maybe someone else has like a 2 pair. It's drawing very slim. It's only 1-7 left in the deck. David Peters outflops everyone. Eibinger is the pre-flop raiser. Does he want a continuation bet? It's a pretty dry board. Usually only a king would continue against you.
Yeah, the nice thing about A7 is that there's going to be a lot of turns that you can bet. Backdoor flush draws, you can bet a 5 and 8. Obviously, you have an overcard, which is really nice as well.
He is going to check, slow it down. David Peters, I think he does think he's got the best hand, but just wants to play a little bit tricky. Jetton, he's got 2 7s, 2 overcards to his hand. Probably wants to try and get this to showdown. Check, check. Checks around at Peters again. He's got 2 opponents. I'd like to see him try to extract some value out of a jack, some ace highs, some heart draws. David Peters does agree, so he's going to reach for chips. 11,000.
Yeah, Triton can't be too happy with the 2 Broadway cards on boards.
There's a chip count. Justin Bonwell, possibly the chip leader of the tournament, 900,000 chips. Other players doing pretty well in the tournament are Dan Smith and Dominic Nietzsche. Henrik Hecklin. We've seen him play earlier today, in for multiple bullets.
Yeah, Eklund's firing today.
Yeah, I believe he's in for 3 bullets. That would be almost $1 million. But, you know, on the flip side, shows he's confident in his game.
They should be.
So Ibinger opens ace-8 suited. David Peters in the cutoff, king-8 suited. He wants to play for some chips. Those are re-raising chips. So yes, David Peters has the worst hand, but I would argue that he's got the better chance of winning the pot because he's got the aggression. Ace-8 suited, if he calls a 3-bet, if he doesn't flop an ace, probably going to lose. And look at that.
Yeah, David Peters. Never missed a spot in his life.
That's correct. Chips up.
I think in his first round of poker ever, he got ace-5 suited and somebody opened and he thought, I think this is a good re-raising spot. That's what I assume.
This is a man that final tables and ships mini tournaments very, very, very often. I mean, of course, Justin Bonamo, one of the best as well.
And it's really funny if you compare it to his table image, but D. Peters really likes to go out for a drink and stuff, celebrate, and have fun. It's very composed, very calm. There's like this social media picture that always shows up where he's wearing a dress shirt, open with like, you know, colored sunglasses, drinks in hands, just dancing.
So Hecklin 9-7 suited on the button, gonna make the call. So Jen's got king six of hearts, going to start with check. Hecklin 9 high, backdoor flush draw. He's going to check it back. That is a good card for Hecklin.
Wow, yeah.
So you're jetting here, you check the flop, see your opponent check back. You might want to consider representing an ace now. See what he thinks. He's going to continue checking. He thinks the king high has enough showdown value against queen high, jack high, 10 high. You're Hecklin. You see your opponent check to you twice as the pre-flop raiser on an ace high board. You might think he's got a hand like king high. It's just going to fold, so that's why he is reaching for
17?
chips.
17. That's 17.
I really like watching Hecklin play. He just never kind of knows. He just sits there, is quiet for a few seconds, and then the most aggressive moves come out sometime. He's really not afraid to call it off either. We've seen it in a few of the past high rollers. Fearless competitor, really.
Maybe the sim's breaking.
It's because this clock's like not running while that one is.
I'm telling you, the sim's broke. Like,
You would
the,
know.
The countdown to next break is going, and the level time isn't. Like,
yeah.
if that's not a glitch in the sim, I don't know what is.
I trust you. I leave that to you.
And the robot dealer is like between the two.
We're doomed.
Watch out for the Sims, guys.
225, 245.
Sims are overtaking the world.
260 behind.
I just read a whole Matrix thing, so. Bring Kenny in the big blinds against Makita. Makita's a really strong hand.
Nah, it's because...
Much stronger than what he normally opens with on the button.
51.
51.
You're covering, right?
I have like 320 total.
And what a flop this is for Bajikowski. He has 2 overs, a gut shot, and more importantly so, a queen-eye flush draw. Bring Kenny bets about 40% pots. It's actually about 30%. Both players pretty deep.
95,000.
Kita raises it here in position. I mean, it will still be a success if he takes this down with queen high. He's putting this exact hand under a lot of pressure from Bryn. Wow. Bryn Kenny shoves.
He's got the best hand, but 38%.
Am I being a favorite now?
Yep.
It's a good deal. Take it.
This is a huge
It's like
pot.
a short deck hand, like in terms of equities.
That's a brick.
Ouch.
Wow. That is a painful way to go.
Yeah. So Bodziakowski eliminated again. We saw him eliminated twice. Knowing him, he's going to rebuy because he's won this event twice. He's in for $750,000.
Right.
Peters makes a big bluff. He's down to 1,000 chips.
It's the newest trend.
Yeah.
Leaving 1,000. And in this tournament, you can win the big blind ante.
This tournament you can. It's actually a good strategy.
Yeah, your 1,000 has a nice comeback potential.
It's actually 500 chips.
I had to round it up.
Oh, so David Peters made a big bluff on a straight draw. Jeton quickly makes the call of kings. Zero big blinds.
Get out.
Okay. Oh, it's fine, right?
All right, so David Peters is forced all in from the small blind.
So what Ibinger is doing here, he's trying to steal the big blinds. So the ante is a pot that D. Peters will contest him for. But it's the big blind that Ibinger's after here.
Jeton's got 9-7 offsuit. Jeton gets out of the way. So Peters needs a 7 or a 5 to stay in this tournament.
No, he gets the full ante.
Yeah.
The full ante.
Yeah.
He gets the full
Yeah.
ante.
So it's the 5.
Otherwise, I would have called. I had an okay hand, but
Jeton like, yeah, bro, come on, man.
So he is all in for 500 chips.
Yeah, I wasn't considering that, to be honest.
Oh, so
Okay, I
Ibinger
thought
didn't
you
know
knew
that.
that. It's like-
Wow, get what the times,
I
Ibinger.
would know. Usually I do, but in this situation I missed it. I just thought I win it. I mean, I do maybe, but
One card to go for Peters.
Ooh.
Yep.
Spicy river there.
You don't get the ante. All right, so Peters actually doubles up.
Couldn't have beaten that.
Not double up.
Yeah. He goes from 500
he
to
13
60.
next.
Yeah. Some quick maths there by Nanonoko.
13 next of 7-5 offsuit. That's kind of why the strategy of leaving a chip behind has its effects, because you can get these 13x all-ins after you lose.
I think I would spite them. I would just go all in over a bet like that. Just like...
No matter what.
No matter what.
Yeah, whether you're bluffing or you got it.
Yeah, like at this, you know what I mean? Like
just stop the comeback potential.
Yeah, but it's like, let's say somebody has ace high and thinks, oh, well, whatever. Like, I have to be, you know, right 1 out of 400 times or something.
I'm waiting for the bluff on the 500 chips remaining. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm sure it's going to develop in, you know, within a year.
Oh, man, we've seen it. Yeah, there's been a few sick online ones like that where people left only a few chips back and got raised.
I feel like you always have to specify, even though you know it's a joke, right? What if someone didn't understand your joke? You know?
Yeah, that's part of the fun
sometimes. Yeah, I guess it is. I guess it is.
So action on Ibinger. Pocket deuces. Gonna limp. It's limping because Peters is super short.
I like the dynamic though that you get those all-ins and stuff. It's plus it's just really smart.
Yeah, it creates the funny pots. So three-way flop coming, 20,000 in the middle. Hecklin makes top pair with Jack kicker. Hecklin is going to reach for chips. 1/3 of the pot. Ibinger's got an inside straight draw to a bad straight. Gets 2 laydowns.
Don't you think there'll be a rule at some point about the leave one chip behind kind of thing?
Why?
I mean, I don't know. It's just an annoying thing.
I like
Obviously, gotta do it, but...
Justin Bonomo just shrugged. He didn't even say anything back. It's like,
Completely stonewalled it.
That's my strategy.
Yeah.
Don't tell anyone.
Maybe he invented it. Maybe he's like, yo,
Yeah.
don't throw shade at my
Could just
strat.
be me, I suppose.
No, I hear you. It is sort of weird.
It's funny if people start hating the big blind ante because of it, and then they stop using it, and everybody's like, why aren't we using big blind antes anymore?
Yeah, because of these regs finding a new
Yeah,
edge.
because you guys have an exploit, and fun players don't like it.
So Justin Bonomo in the big blind, King 10 offsuit. Pretty good hand to see a flop. So Jetton's got ace-6 flops top pair. So turn card is the 3. All right, so Jetton's got to think his ace is good here. Try to get called by a queen. So he is going to reach for some chips. Oh, that is a big bet. It's a pot-sized bet exactly. Trying to make it look like he's moving his opponent off of a queen. Jen's going to win that pot.
Machine says folds.
What do you post first?
The blind.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so David Peters all in with 10-6 offsuit under the gun. And mainly because he needs to go all in to pick up that big blind ante from someone else. Otherwise, he'd be the one ante next hand. So Henrik Hecklin, king deuce suited. Looks like he makes the raise.
Yeah, he wants to ISO it. He wants that money all to himself.
Good luck.
All right, so Justin Bonnemo's got
guess you
queen
really
jack
did.
of clubs. Flops the nuts. All right, so Hecklin's got middle pair. He's tried to isolate Peters heads up. Didn't work. See if he decides to bet this kind of middle pair or just check it back. Check is more of the standard play. Bad turn card for Bonemo because it was a very obvious straight. See if he decides to bet to try to get a flush draw to call or check to induce some bets from a button raise.
There is a side pot, so bets don't necessarily look strong, even though people know they have to show down against D. Peters.
All right, so David Peters needs a jack to stay in this tournament. Nope. So we're gonna get an elimination for David Peters, but knowing him, I think he's gonna rebuy, even though it's $250,000 more dollars.
Yeah, he can re-enter for about 60 bigs.
Yeah. Is that rule different in different places?
No.
It's always like that?
Yes. Because
I think I got like a bad ruling on that once maybe or something.
It's different at different places.
Is it?
At Aria, for the high stakes tournaments, they do it this way, and for the low stakes tournaments, they do it the opposite way.
That's extra confusing. What about PCA?
Blind.
Blind first, for
Yeah.
sure?
Yeah.
Hey, Richard.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Okay.
Good.
There's Richard Young, Triton co-founder. He actually final
the only
table
exception I know is
the
low
last
stakes
event.
media tournaments.
So we got 39 entries so far, 20 remaining.
What actually happens when you have 6,500? What actually happens when you have 6,500?
Did you win the blind ante and then?
No, I'm saying the 1,500 stays as it in play, or does it go in as an
Oh,
ante?
yeah, the 1,500 goes to ante.
Okay.
All right, so on to the hand. Jetton's got pocket sixes, checks it back. This is a blind versus blind battle. So Ibinger going to check again with bottom pair. Jetton trying to get the showdown. River card's a 10, so Ibinger probably going to look to value bet 2 pair once he sees so many checks in front of him. He's probably not going to put Jetton on an ace. I think he's going to want to size in a way to try to get an king, maybe a 10 or 8 to call. That's funny because sometimes you're trying to check down to get the showdown, and you hit like the miracle card, and you're like, okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's readjust.
Yeah, I had a plan. Wasn't planning on hitting my card, but now thinking about it, he's going to bet 23,000.
Half the pots.
You know, the sizing makes sense. You're trying to target those one pair hands that isn't an ace.
Yeah.
Jetton's too solid, lays down the sixes.
So with 6,500, it'd be 5K blind, 1,500 ante.
That's what Justin says, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense to me as well, but I wasn't sure if you would need a full ante to post it or not.
No.
Yeah, I know, but...
Yeah. I definitely played somewhere recently where they were saying you could only win back your own ante in the big blind.
Yeah, I suppose.
And that there was no blind posted.
Are you playing the nightly 240 at Aria?
No, it was definitely
The
like
nightly
a
240.
poker stop we were all at recently.
USPO, Bahama?
I think
Party
it-
Poker
I-
changed their rules every day, so it's possible that
Yeah,
only
it's
happened day
possible.
3 of the Party Poker trip.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I thought it was PCA. for sure.
11,000.
Oh, you know what?
I thought it was such a show.
So Matthias Ibinger opens king-9 offsuit on the button. Jetton's got ace-7 suited in the small blind. Pretty good hand. He's going to try to see a flop, but Hecklin wakes up with pocket kings in the big blind. He's playing 43
Was it Fallsview?
bigs.
For sure. WPT.
Yeah, I haven't played there in 8 years or something. 15 seconds.
Yes, 50.
So Hecklin is going to squeeze, but gets no more action.
Yeah, I played there last week and it came up. And they made the person, the guy had like less than one blind. and he had to just put it all in the pot, and that was the only thing he could win back. So he had to win. He had to win against like however
Right.
many people played in order to break even for the hand.
Right, yeah, that makes sense.
It's a pretty sick spot.
Yeah, I mean, that situation is basically why the rule is the way that it is. Like, imagine getting moved to a new table, like moving from the cutoff to a new table, and you're just in the big blind all of a sudden, like, you have to survive before we all in just to get your one chip back.
Yeah, but it's pretty rare to have one big blind.
Players are
Not everyone's
discussing
as blessed as you are.
the
Like
big blind
maybe-
ante.
But maybe it's you have one big blind because you left chips behind, you know?
All right, so Richard Young's going to open undergun, jet into pocket tens, and the dealer button calls. Justin Bonomo, 10-5 suited. I think any suited hand can continue from the big blind multi-way, so he does call. Flops a pair of fives. Richard Young makes top pair. Jen actually has pocket tens, which is pretty good on his flop. Continuation bet from Richard Young. Wouldn't surprise me if Jetton calls with tens, because his opponent would probably bet a hand like Queen Jack on his flop. Justin Bonomo, middle pair. He's going to correctly lay it down. So Jetton has one out.
Yeah, really good spotter for Young. It's also kind of nice. Like people sometimes bet the turn as well with an ace-high hand because they gain now a gut shot.
Mm-hmm. 2 diamonds. The most obvious bluff. 6-7. Tricky spot for Jetton. I mean, he could have the best hand. If he's behind, though, it's got very few outs. Just got a delivery of a plate full of desserts. Can't share with you guys, though. Chip counts. Justin Bonomo is the chip leader, it looks like, of the tournament. Definitely of these two tables. Bryn Kenny doing really well. Jetton, another top stack. Jimmy G on the bottom, and Ivan Lau on the red table. That's my personal favorite player. He might be in for multiple bullets. Familiar faces like Isaac Haxton, Divorce in there. And we haven't seen much play from Christoph Vogelsang, but he's in there, 525,000 chips.
The weird nuances of the big blind ante.
So it's up to Justin Bonomo in the small blinds. He has kings. Makes it 4 times the big blind. Richard Young is a very playable hand here in the big.
Young is going to make the call. And that's a good flop for both players. Bonomo with an overpair. Richard Young has a double straight draw.
Yeah, action boards. Justin with 30,000. Justin immediately going for max value here. That's another 6. Doesn't give any extra outs to Richard Young. Still has a double gut shot. Gonna make Bonomo pretty comfortable though. A hand like Queen 9, Queen Jack doesn't have any 2 pair outs anymore.
Yeah, you're also not too worried about a 6 because sometimes a 6 would fold the flop for a big bet.
It's a massive bet, so Bonomo goes for 2/3 again. Actually, yeah. Wow, Richard Young's gonna make the call.
Gets there.
Wow, what a river. Completely unsuspecting for Bonomo. There's a rainbow on board.
Yeah, Richard only has 167,000 behind, 255,000 pot. I think Bonomo's going to value shove here.
Yeah, everything from Bonomo's betting pattern here is to get to an all-in point on the river. Really well thought out on his part.
There's all the chips. Just the way the order of looking at your cards, kind of looked like he might fold.
Yeah.
Splashed them in.
Yeah, that hurts. I mean, Richard was pretty comfortable there in calling. I mean, if somebody takes longer than 10 seconds there, you know you're good.
160.65.
It's unlucky for Justin Bonomo there, but played the hand as good as he could.
What a river. You kind of hope that your opponent doesn't really have those hands anymore after you bet so big twice. But Richard Young did have position.
He looks a little bit defeated right there in that angle. All right, so this is day 1 of the 2 million Hong Kong dollar main event. 250,000 US dollar unlimited reentry. Some players are already in for 3 bullets. Pretty sure Mikita Bodzikowski is one of them. We've seen him bust out twice on stream.
Richard Young now with a very comfortable stack. 120 bigs.
Oh, okay.
I think they're gonna
Raise. 490.
raise it up here. If he gets blasted off his end, he's not really wasting that much value anyway. You have to raise sometimes. People limp the small blind a lot. You can't just let them do that too often. Great flop for him.
So Ibinger in position. He's got top pair. I think with a hand like a pair of nines, your hand's a little bit vulnerable, so you got more incentive to try and value bet against an ace high type hand. He is going to reach for chips.
14-5.
Peters has the 6 of spades. That's a pretty good card for possible turns. He does have ace high, so he's underrepresenting his hand a little bit. At least pre-flop.
Well, if you're David Peters, this is a pretty good turn card for you. Now you can pick up a straight draw. Your Ibinger, you get checked on the flop, you bet, you get called. It's a blind versus blind battle. It's very likely your opponent has ace high, and you're not going to let him get a free card. He's going to check it back. A little bit surprising. Rook card's a 10. So Peter's trying to get the showdown. It looks like so action is on Ibinger, or now it's checked to him. This is a shot clock tournament, and it's going to reach for 48,000, I think.
48.
Yep.
Pretty tough here for D. Peters. Does correctly lay it down. Yeah, we see Guerrero in a spot against Daniel DeVos in picture here. And a very similar situation. So we see Ibinger pick 9-7 offsuit to put some pressure on the small blind. DeVos here with Jack-7 offsuit.
So Jimmy Guerrero, bottom pair, checks. That is a really small bet from Divorce, 10,000. Guerrero does have bottom pair, backdoor flush draw. The bet is so small, so he's going to make the call, despite having a short stack. Backdoor spades. So Divorce bet really tiny on the flop. And his opponent has 21 big blinds effective.
40.
Oh, he's betting in 40,000 with just Jack 7 high. He's basically telling Guerrero, if you don't have an ace, you're going to fold here. And I think Divorce's expectation is that Guerrero would consider just open jamming pre-flop with an ace, so it's unlikely. You got this kind of a hand, you can't fold. Well, Guerrero actually check raises all in. He just thinks that he doesn't want to get blown off. And it works, bottom pair. You know, sometimes his opponent has 2 spades himself, which is the worst hand, or 2 hearts, Jack 10. A pretty good read. There's Ivan Lau. Christoph Vogelsang. Looks like he's doing all right. Here's Ivan, 6-5 of diamonds.
11.
Gonna start for raise. Him and Bryn Kenny at the same table again. Jimmy G, ace 8 on the dealer button. He's gonna fold. So Haxton in the big blind, 7-3 offsuit. Pretty junky hand. He's gonna lay it down.
Gangster in the house.
These two are always chatting to each other about being gangster.
They're both right.
Yeah. David Peters versus Ibinger. So David Peters bought into this tournament again. He's got a fresh stack. Matthias Ibinger, ace 3 of clubs, putting on the pressure. 32,500.
Here we see again that Ibinger uses a little bit smaller raise sizes than what we see as the norm in these high rollers.
All right, so David Peters calls a queen 8 suited. Just can't get those cards out of his hands. And he outflops Ibinger.
Yeah, this is a little bit of the drawback, of course, that a hand like queen 8 suited will be much more likely to call. But I'm sure that, you know, it fits in an overall strategy, and these raise sizes really work for Ibinger, especially seeing his results.
So Ibinger is going to continuation bet. It's a pretty good border continuation bet because your opponent probably would fold a hand like pocket 8s and 9s, even 10s. Just because your opponent, when you get 3-bet, is representing ace, king, king, queen, kings, aces. The smash is a 3-bet range, but Peter's got middle pair. He knows his opponent is 3-betting like suited aces like this, so he's not going to fold. So turn card's a 9.
Okay.
I would say this is kind of a bad card for both players. Ibinger might not want to multi-barrel this too much because hands like, say, king 10, king jack, queen 10 of hearts, they're going to continue, and you're not going to know which hand he has that you're trying to bluff him off of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Check, check.
Ooh, that's a bad card. Peter's not going to like that one. Like, this was such a nice go to showdown, win the pot, but all of a sudden Jack makes a straight. Ace-Jack, definitely very plausible, but also hands like Jack-9.
Does have some showdown value. He does beat those suited aces. Just trying to decide, should he ever consider turning his hand into a bluff? I mean, it is hard for Peters to show up with a bluff. So it would be pretty credible if he does bet to represent a jack. David Peters does check. I think if you're Ibinger here, you got to think that Peters is scared of the straight. The straight would often bet itself. But it's scary because if you don't think your opponent's going to fold 2 pair, you can't really bet.
Yep.
Check, check. So David Peters' bullet is working out better this time.
All right, blind battle between these two. Going to be very fun to watch. I can't wait to see these guys play with very marginal hands.
Is it?
Either player flops something. Ekelund out in front with his king high. He's going to take some aggressive action here. He limps a lot of hands that hit this board. Besides, king deuce is not going to get me to the river.
It's 12,500. 12,500.
Jimmy G opens up 9-7 of clubs. Haxton pocket fours calls. Christoph Vogelsang, ace-9 in the small blind. So pretty good flop for Haxton. Only worried about the jack.
Kind of like also for Aguero to continuation bet this board. Again, it comes down to having a lot of good turns to bet. Sometimes your opponent is going to check raise his board, but a lot of those hands will contain 7-4, 7-5, which you block. So I think all in all, pretty good c-bet opportunity for him.
Yeah, Haxton laid it down really quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, wasn't messing with this one.
Yeah, I think it's the bigger sizing that kind of got him. So let's take a look at this action. Hecklin, 8-5.
Getting ready to fire.
So Richard Young going to call his inside straight draw. Turn card is the ace of hearts. Gives Richard Young a flush draw. Hecklin has absolutely nothing. Check, check. Your card is the queen. Richard Young needs to bet to win this pot. Just gives up. Thinks his opponent's got a piece. Hecklin, 8 high, might be tempted to bet. I mean, if he thinks his opponent in the big one has a hand like a 6 or a 10, this is pretty hard for him to call. So that's why Hecklin's reaching for chips. Doesn't need to bet too much to get those hands to fold and scoops that pot. So again, this is day 1 of the main event. $250,000 buy-in. Action on Ibinger, going to open up 7-6 of clubs. Seems to be involved in a lot of pots lately. Jet and Jack 9 suited. It's in the hijack. Looks like Jetton wants to play for some more chips. He's been a little bit quiet, so it should get a lot of respect. $35,000. Action is now on Henrik Hecklin. Pocket 9s. He sees an under the gun open, a hijack 3-bet, and he's sitting in the cutoff with 55 big blinds of pocket 9s. Definitely a top spot. Going to lay it down. It's actually the best hand. And Bono wakes up with queens.
Wow.
Nice fold by Hecklin. Justin Bonomo is on the dealer button. These are some deep stacks for a tournament. He's trying to decide what size to make it to. I think everyone knows that he would consider 4-bet bluffing in this spot.
88,000.
88,000. Oh my gosh. Oh, Richard Young quickly lays down pocket 10s, and David Peters got ace-king suited in the big blind.
What an incredible spot this is.
You got Hecklin folded 9s. Rich Young had pocket tens. They got away. It hasn't even gotten to David Peters yet, and he needs to put a 5-bet in. Cold.
And you're gonna have to look for spots where something tight happens in his hand if you would ever consider getting away from this. But he does go all in.
Bonham will call, so a classic flip with a bunch of pre-flop action.
Wow, 70 big blinds each.
Everyone's like nodding because like, yeah, we had good hands too.
Short deck.
I also pocket it.
You did?
Yeah, how cool, open.
Yeah, I know. Raise. Yeah.
Here comes the flop. Oh my, Hecklin would have flopped top set. That's actually the last remaining 9 in the deck.
9 balls.
Are you re-raise or are you?
So Peters needs an ace or a king.
I still put no, I had nothing. I still put in 35,000.
Turn card is the 7. Peters needs an ace or a king, who he's eliminated again. David Peters out. Bonimal wins the flip. That vaults him to the top with the chip counts.
Good game, David.
Yeah, it's not really a good game because he's in for 3 bullets if he rebuys.
Oh wow!
And everyone else had big hand.
Yeah, it's got to be a bit annoying.
4 suited.
Yeah, well, he probably would have punished me too, but everybody else.
It's 7-6 suited.
Oh, okay, I could beat that.
All right, so
So I
David
think it
Peters
might have been 4
is eliminated,
levels.
likely
I
to
think that
rebuy.
table played 4 levels on this table, and then just made it out for like 4 and 4, but I could be wrong.
No, because the other table was the short deck for like half the day.
All right, so action is on divorce.
Anyway, I hope they move it out.
5-4 suited, gonna make the call. There's only 1-3 left in the deck. No player has a piece. Ivan does have a 3 of hearts. He considers bluffing at it or take it slow.
Whoa, almost grabbed those ones.
Take a wrong shot. Wouldn't have mattered.
Wouldn't look more boss.
For sure.
Look,
75.
Ivan's the boss no matter what he does.
Especially with like 5-6 off. Huh?
One moment.
Still decent. I thought 4 diamonds.
Too many hands for me.
11.
Ivan's back at it, ace-7.
Yeah.
Like when he says it, you're like, okay, he's getting like ace-king, jack-10 suited, you know, some pretty good hands. Got ace-7 in the hijack, early position.
Yeah, he's just like, oh, I'm gonna raise. I'm gonna pretend that I don't play aggressive. I'm gonna tell them I have good hands. Yeah, okay, Ivan.
Yeah, Brink Kenny's like, no, I'm re-raising.
37.
37,000. Kenny's got pocket jacks. Lays it down.
No good.
Yeah.
Good for now.
Flip.
Flip.
Flip. Yeah, ace-7's a good flip there.
Would be a flip and short deck.
There's only one more hand.
Yeah, I think you should deal the
Should
hand.
change.
One more, yeah, that's fine.
All right, looks like they're going to deal one more hand before they change the dealer.
If we start reshuffle, please complete the hand you're on, otherwise you can send your players in a 15-minute break.
Christoph, you're running
Okay,
so good.
please, this is going to be the last break of the day. We're going to come back and play the last 2 levels. And during this break, we're
Kind
gonna
of
shoot
funny
raise
how
like
you like
5
feel
hour
Very
unlucky
good
with this,
cut.
One
but like
player should
whenever
have
someone
bought
bets like
all the
1k
purple chips
more,
for the
that's
other
when you
players
call
to
it
make
a
a single
break.
transaction on.
Raise to 11.
Buy these.
Hey, you want to change? 5k?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Fogel saying middle pair here. Defended his big blinds. Not a great board for Kenny continuation bets.
So Vogelstein has a pair and a flush draw. So action is on Kenny. The king's a pretty scary card, so he might consider betting. Doesn't have much equity. He's going to reach for chips. He thinks he can get 9 to fold with this bet sizing. We'll see if it works. Vogelstein does have a spade draw to back him up. Vogelstein gonna make the call. Pretty scary board. Action is on Vogelstein. Try and decide if he should turn his hand into a bluff and represent a jack. Action on Bryn Kenny. He knows ace high is no good. Just trying to think, will Vogelstein fold to a bet? $63,000 chips in the middle. Wow, reaching for chips.
36.
I like the bet sizing. He really doesn't need to bet too big. If he bets too big, it doesn't really look like a jack.
Yeah, and the nice thing now is that he can still represent some 2 pairs as well, some slow played stuff. Hands like king queen, so he gets some more hands to fold this way too. If he starts betting really big, he goes a lot towards a jack, and it's only a few hands.
This would be a very sick call if he can make it. 4th pair on a 4 straight and a flush. I don't think he can. He does make the fold. Bryn Kenny chipping up again. So I believe the players are going to go on a break. We're going to watch a little bit of highlights and finish off the final 2 levels for you guys of tonight. And we'll continue back tomorrow after 2 more levels. Justin Bonomo is the chip leader of the tournament. Almost 1 million chips. Isaac Haxton near the bottom. So stay tuned and we'll be back shortly.
Okay, come on, baby.
Paul Fall is at risk.
Come on, baby.
Jason's
let's
excited.
Ugh. Too stressful.
I'm okay with 9-9 too.
No, I think give you 1 9 and a 10 and a
Oh,
jack.
6, 7, 8.
No, no 6, 7, 8. Let's get a fair one here and go play the main event.
Hey.
Hey, a king in the door, ace behind it.
Jason Kuhn's
Short
got
deck.
29% to finish this tournament.
9 will do. 7 is okay.
Here comes the turn card.
It's
a king.
Wow. Wow.
Short deck.
Look at Jason. He's so close.
Paul needs 2 aces to stay in this tournament, where he's going to be the runner-up.
Yeah. Poker God, where are you?
River card's the queen, and
Wow.
Jason Kuhn's going to win it with a full house.
You played great.
What a battle between these two. They played so many big pots. Well, I really have to give it to Paul for some excellent decision making and a lot of those big pots. And also to Jason Kuhn, deserving champion, put so much pressure, made so many big moves, and of course had some luck on his side too. But that's what you need to win poker tournaments.
Yeah, they played for hours and hours.
You played really good, man.
$2 million for Paul Fall in earnings. 2.9.
Your straight flush hand.
Jason Kuhn.
Yeah, maybe you can fold the turn.
4 river. After the
Yeah.
He is the event champion
Okay.
of number 5, event number 5. He wins back-to-back $1 million short deck events. Montenegro shipped it for $3.6 million in 2018.
Up.
I was extremely tough. Paul's a great player, like I was saying, coming into the final table. And I had a good feeling that him and I would possibly have a showdown. And he's just so good. And yeah, I mean, I had great cards. It's really what it comes down to a lot of the times in these tournaments, you know. It's like you play a bunch of them and you rack up some wins here and there, and most of the wins generally come with good things happening for you, and a lot of good things happened for me at this final table, and if anybody else was in my seat, the same thing would have happened to them.
And it was quite a long heads up, so did that give you time to get a bit of advice from friends watching the stream?
Excuse me. I actually didn't ask about one hand. I just, Paul and I played a lot together, and so I just wanted to come in and just try to stay focused and adapt on the fly and stick with what I thought good strategies were. And there were a few hiccups along the way, as there is sometimes in heads up, but yeah, it worked out for me.
And mentally, you had the ace-king versus queens. That was mentally tough for you to bounce back from. What were you feeling at that point?
You know, when you're 2 cards away from the thing being over, you know, it's a lot of fun to play, but there's also you're carrying a ton of anxiety because you're playing for massive stakes, and it's right there. You know, it's right in front of you, a turn and a river away, and you closed it out. It's not so much about the money, more about, okay, we might win this thing, and then when the ace of clubs hits in your face, it hurts. But you know, I got bailed out with a jack and then a spade today whenever I was all in ace jack against ace king. Bunch of guys played really fantastic. I think Furcat played wonderfully this tournament, and it was extremely unfortunate for him that I got there against him.
So 4 tournaments you entered, 3 you final tabled, and 1 you go on and win. You must be feeling pretty confident going into the main event.
If I remember how to play a game with 5s through deuces in the deck, it all blurs together. Playing short deck and full deck together is, it's really difficult.
Do you have any energy left for this big one?
I think I do, yeah.
Well, we wish you best of luck in that one, Jason, and congratulations once more.
Thank
Great
you.
victory.
Thanks.
Not a bad cash.
Yeah, that's
Cheers,
good.
guys.
So you just heard from Jason Kuhn, our event number 5 champion, back-to-back short deck for the $1 million buy-in. We're gonna go into the main event after a short little break.
Franklin D. Roosevelt once said that happiness is not in the mere possession of money. It lies in the joy of achievement, in the thrill of creative effort, and of course, hitting one-outers on the river.
Oh my gosh, 7.5 million pot. Biggest pot of the tournament.
Playing for $1.26 million.
A one-outer. You have 4% remaining going to the river.
That's incredible.
Welcome back, everyone. We are live from Jeju, the Shinhwa World Landing Casino, hosting this second time in Jeju for the Triton Super High Roller Series. Currently playing the main event. This is day one. 2 more levels tonight, and registration will still be open for tomorrow. And it's a 3-day tournament. It's a big buy-in. Love to see what happens.
Yeah, and it's hard to imagine that a buy-in this big, somebody could come in. How long later it's left? Okay, cool. 10 minutes, you know, and somebody could possibly enter this tournament with a 20 or let's say 30 big blind stack.
I actually think there will be some entries tomorrow. That's my
At
read.
the last second.
You know, some of these guys are playing big cash games on the side. They're trying to get in on the very last second. So this is day one. So just to give you a little bit of update, I believe 3 players are in for 3 bullets. One of them being David Peters. Justin Bonomo is chip leader of these 2 tables, possibly the tournament. So again, this is the Triton Super High Roller Series. During the Super High Roller Series, we do have 2 featured tables for you, and we're going to switch back and forth. And let's go to the blue table.
Oh, okay. I thought you just had a pair.
I had the king. I guess you know it. I'm not sure if you trolled me now, but maybe.
Wait, there was a king out there?
Are we talking about the same hand?
10 for free, king 10. Yeah, okay. That was so serious. You stayed so serious. Oh, no.
That's the Scandinavian humor I was talking about. They just deadpan you.
I can take it.
So action is on Jet and pocket 7s. Going to make the call in a small blind. Bonomo is the pre-flop raiser. So he outflops Jetton. Bonomo is going to continuation bet. 12,000.
Kind of like the fold. Bonomo has a lot of suited combinations when he raises from early position. It's also, and if he doesn't have if he doesn't have diamonds, or if he doesn't have high cards with 1 diamond, then he can still make you fold on overcards. I think if you call there with an underpair, you really need an emergency flush draw.
Over 1 million chips for Justin Bonomo.
Ah, sigh.
He's the event #1 champion.
Justin, you're the big blind. That's it.
In that tournament, he won 598,000.
Can I order the tomato soup? Tomatoes? Yes, please. is that? Peppers?
Vegetables with some side dishes. If you have cake for dinner, you gotta have vegetables for dessert.
Yeah, that's true. And we had a lot of cake.
Yeah. I hope they stop bringing that stuff out because I can't stop eating it.
I feel the same actually. It's like, it's so damn good. And it's just staring at you.
So Jetton's got ace king.
Yep. 3 bets. Takes it down, ace 6. Not a hand you want to defend against a 3-bet with. Even what's surprising sometimes to beginners is that ace 5 is much better already because you can make 2-card straights. Vogelsang opens here. Ivan Leo from the small blinds, making it 4 times the opening raise.
Is Mr. Paul? Which one?
He's doing this off a little bit less than a 30 big blind stack. Let's just say 30 big blinds. And it's a 4x, so let's see if Vogelsang defends against this. These are the kind of moments where I just kind of try to learn along to see what hands they pick to defend with and how deep they are. But it's a reasonable flop for Vogelsang. It's too bad for him that they're not really deep. It's gonna depend a lot on how much Ivan bets here. That's 40,000. And he has 90,000 behind. You have a gut shot. If you call here, then Vogelsang is just really hoping that he gets to take it away on a later street representing an ace.
$89.
He's gonna make the call. You can say whatever you want about Vogelsang, but he plays like a boss. And
I'm all in.
that does it. Pretty expensive pot there for Vogelsang. Gut shots are pretty nice floating tools, calling your opponent on a street. Looking to take away the pot on a later street.
13.
Yeah, he's 13.
Forrest opening here. Deep Peter is gonna be very sticky from his big blinds, as he should. You have money invested. And that's a really good flop for 8-7. He's gonna continuation bet this. These guys have like 35 big blinds. It's a flop. They can meet with a lot of resistance from the big blinds. Deep Peter's gonna call pre-flop with a lot of hands that connect here, like he has now. So think about hands like 7-6, 8-6. DeVoris has the ace of spades, and that means he can bet any spade. Ace, king, queen, jack, or 10. So Deep Peters is not going to give him the chance to make his life tough on future streets, and he check raises the flop. I assume with the intention of calling. Now those backdoors still count for Daniel DeVoris. He's gonna call. Look at that. In this instance, he's right. That's the best hand. That is a complete brick. And now, Deep Peters has a decision to make. If my opponent call me with a hand like ace king or ace queen, maybe a hand like, you know, pocket eights, pocket nines, pocket tens that he could blow him off of. Or am I getting trapped here?
Hello? Oh.
Deep Peters checks. DeVore is using a time bank chip. Problem with checking is that if Deep Peters has a hand like the one you currently see, you give that hand a free look at a 30% equity stake in the pot. He's gonna check. That's a break. Deep Peters is gonna have to bet at this to win it. That is aggressive. That's an overbet. David Peters. There's definitely some hands that Deep Peters could check raise on the flop and then slow play on future streets. I'm thinking specifically about some 5s, of course. 6-5, Jack-5. Definitely in the range of Deep Peters. What a spot! He blocked the nut flush. This is what these tournaments are all about: fiercest competition. Trust me, when you play this at your local casino, you have to call one bet with ace king on the turn, and that might be it. These guys really know how to put the screws on. Can he pull this off? He has the best hand, but look at his action here. 175,000. This man has ice in his veins. Oh my goodness, is he about to make this call? This would be one of the biggest calls in the tournament for me, personally, and I think you guys would agree. Oh my god. Oh, I can't even imagine what it must be like for David Peters right now. Sweating when you see your opponent grab those chips. Grab the single chip to put in a call. Took it back. Looks like Daniel DeVores has about 3 of those blacks left to get some extra time. Oh my god, what a call. That is ridiculous. What a call. What a call by Daniel DeVores. That is absurd. That's absurd. That is some expert hand reading. That's why he's one of the best. And here it looks like we have Jeton against Justin Bonamo.
18,000. 18,000. 18.
Jetson gonna lead. Bet for value, gets it done. Some big interesting pots. I'm still reeling from that call from Daniel DeForest. That is poker at its highest level. I mean, both players made an excellent read. That was a really good read on the situation, but Deep Peters too. He knew that he got floated on the flop with nothing. It's just, that's incredible. That's just incredible. Daniel DeForest showing why he's one of the most feared players in No Limit Hold'em.
14,000. 14,000.
Alright, both players are going to be pretty happy with this. So Richard Young raised Jack-9 offsuit. Hecklin sees a massive flop for him. He's dominated. However, still has 47% equity. Neither player likes that card.
35.
Really excellent turn bet there by Richard Young. Really well done. Spade by a worse hand. See a multi-way pot here. Peter's all in. Last 6 big blinds with pocket eights.
Raise.
Divorce.
No, it's not 78. It's just a minimum raise.
Well, it makes it the minimum. He put him in 1 by 1, so it would be a string bet.
Raise of 34, so a minimum raise is going to be 80.
That's not true.
13 to 36. So
Wow, Isaac Haxton is wrong with math.
59.
Save the clip. Kidding, of course. Just saying that.
Yeah, 59.
It's a rare sight. So it is 59. And bring Kenny S to the side now. Is Divorce isolating this with the exact hand that he has here? Let's say Divorce has a hand like Ace-Jack, Ace-7. Sorry, Ace-Jack, Ace-10, Ace-9. King-Queen, very good option as well. All hands that you assume to be ahead of what D. Peters goes all in with. Then all of a sudden, Kenny is fighting for a very interesting side pot. He's going to make the fold and just get out of the way. And these guys are flipping for it. Man, it's that call. Man, this tournament's delivering big time so far. All club board. Not a great side for Peters. This is talking about a fair fight. 51% for the Ace-10. Doesn't do it, so we'll get to enjoy D. Peters a little while longer.
Yeah, by a lot. Can I
Thank you.
change from somebody?
Maybe with red.
Yeah. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, so down to the battle of the blinds. Pocket queens.
Yeah, Richard Young.
21.
Gonna bump it up. 3.5 times the big blinds.
Your good cut.
Yeah.
Strong cut.
Yeah. Okay, queens.
Oh, folding, Jeton folding. Jason Bonham with a very solid hand on the button here.
So we currently have 22 players out of 44 entries. Ace 9 suited for Justin Bonomo. So Jimmy Guerrero lays down King 5 offsuit. Nice spot.
So registration is still open till tomorrow. Start at day 2. We'll be showing you guys all day tomorrow, and then as well the conclusion of this tournament will be on Saturday.
Heckland down to 30 big blinds, going to open up King 10 offsuit under the gun. Richard Young going to try to see a flop of ace deuce suited. Jeton wakes up with pocket jacks.
Yeah, massive stack for Jeton. 135 bigs.
Yeah, the pre-flop raiser only has 30 bigs. Pretty comfortable getting jacks against that stack.
You just see how aggressive Heckland plays as well, opening King 10 offsuit under the gun on a table like this.
Jeton is going to squeeze. Looks like he's going to get 2 folds.
It's a raise from Ibinger. Haven't seen him in a little bit. See if Heckland will defend as loses 9-5 offsuits. He will not. Jason Kuhn did one event number 5. people asking.
For 2.9 million.
Not bad.
Oh yeah, he also won an event in Montenegro for 3.6 million.
Yeah, Jason Kuhn came by the commentator booth earlier, telling us how impressed he was with how Paul Foy played. You know, and it's not something people just say on TV. Like, people have been talking about it. You know, Paul's playing insanely well.
Mm-hmm. Being a lot of deep runs. And he could have shipped that tournament, actually.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yes, thanks.
So Jenton here's got pocket threes on 9-9 deuce. Gonna raise it to 30,000 in position. Not a common play you see, but you know, if your opponent's gonna play straightforward against it, it's a pretty solid move. Now it's gonna be tricky because Richie Young actually has a flush draw. Jenton needs to decide what his opponent call ace highs on a flop. Just gonna check it back and his opponent gets there.
Anything in the strip?
Excuse me?
I said, did you get in the money in any tournament yet?
No.
Ace 8 is
I
good.
just paid 500K on the list. And you?
I see. So you don't play short deck?
No. And you?
Same.
Nice spot for Richard Young. Had a massive double against Justin Bonomo earlier, hitting a straight on the river against Bonomo's 10s in a blind battle. Sorry, kings in a blind battle. It's not what you want to see with aces, lines and antes. Switching to the other table, Kenny opening on a button. DeVoris here in the big blinds. Both have an 8. Kenny with the best of it, ace kicker.
Looks like DeVoris is going to call on a big blind king 8.
Hey.
All right, so DeVoris has got top pair. Does go check, check on the flop. DeVoris really taking his time. I mean, he's been making some pretty nice plays. Wow, 45,000's an overbet. But nothing Kenny can do.
Isaac Hexton versus Ivan Leo.
So Ivan Leo is the pre-flop raiser, 10-5 deuce, pretty dry. Haxton does get there with a pair of 10s. Ivan sees all the backdoor draws, so he is going to fire.
How much? 1-3. 1-3. Thank you.
He might have said 13,000. All right, so Haxton check raises Ivan.
Ivan's gonna come along.
All right, so the flop is 10-5 deuce rainbow. Ivan bet the flop, got check raised by Haxton. Looks like a little delay in the turn card. It's at 9. So Haxton makes top 2 pair. I mean, I don't blame Ivan for bet calling the flop. Ace Queen is usually going to be the best hand. Haxton bets 55,000. And it's pretty tough to continue here. Ace Queen on 10-5 deuce.
Yeah, there were a lot of good backdoor cards for him, but 9 definitely not one of those.
We do know Ivan can make some big calls, so there is a chance he'll continue. Wow, he calls him Ace Queen high. He does not believe. So river card is the 3. Looks like Haxton has about 90,000 behind based on his chip count. I think with 10-9, once you bet the flop, once you check raise, you bet the turn, you got to shove here. Very likely your opponent actually has good showdown value. Ivan now in a tough spot, the hero call, but it's got to let it go.
Yeah, big pot for Ike there.
So Hackland's got bottom pair of 3s. Ibinger has 2 pair. On a very scary board, anyone can have a 7 or a deuce to make a straight. Action is on Ibinger. got position. I mean, it's a pretty decent two pair. He can represent some missed heart draws if he wants to consider value betting.
That's exactly 2/3 spot.
Well, Hecklin makes the hero call. Going to get shown the bad news. So Hecklin down to 158,000 chips. Brent Kenny just looks tired.
Yeah, I would say that, yeah.
I mean, these guys have been grinding every single day, all day. David Peters pocket jacks in the hijack. You got 10.5 big blinds. It's the type of hand you're looking for.
Man, he's just praying somebody has a calling hand. Ivan Leo might be tempted here. We know he doesn't like to call when he's doesn't like to fold when he has money invested. He's made some pretty light calls from the big blind. He's a pretty reasonable hand here.
Makes the call of King 10. 30% to knock out David Peters. Again. Ivan needs a king. There we go. Yeah, this is not Peters' day. He needs a jack to stay in this tournament. Eliminated again. That will be his third bust out.
That's pretty rough.
Yeah, another 250,000 USD he needs to put in if he wants to put in the fourth bullet. So Brent Kenny, 105 big blinds, doing pretty good at this table. Ivan Lau is the short stack, 31 big blinds. I mean, it's not that short, very playable. Got some key pots he needs to do if he wants to stay alive and do well going into day 2. Blinds are 3,000, 6,000 with 6,000 ante. We're also going to play the next level, 4,000, 8,000. Jimmy Guerrero opens up King, Queen of Clubs. Richard Young in the big blind, Ace, Queen.
Very nice hand to play from the big blinds. He's just gonna call.
Looks nice.
Very deceptive.
No, I'm good.
So 10-3-3. Action is on Guerrero.
13. 13. 1-3.
Gonna bet 13,000. Richard Young's got ace high, makes the call. Turn card is the 6. Backdoor club draw. Pretty nice card to consider multi-barreling. can get your opponents off with some ace highs. I like the multi-barrel. Puts a lot of pressure on hands like ace queen.
Yeah. And it's so tempting for a lot of hands to just call their boards and then you know, see a river. Plus, even though Guerrero might suspect that he has the best hand, if it goes check check, the river's a 9, somebody bets, you're still gonna end up folding anyway.
13. This is 13.
Vogelsang making it 13,000 here from the cutoff. I really like these two guys battling. They're like the polar opposites.
Yeah. Ooh, Divorce got ace queen suited in the big blind. $61,000 for Daniel Divorce.
$127.
127.
Vogelsang's 4-betting 10-7 suited. 127,000.
And this is what we're talking about. Like, whatever people say about Vogelsang, the man is very aggressive at times, and he pulls the trigger when he has to. And this just shows it, you know? And it's very powerful because a lot of people won't give him credit for moves like this. Of course, the players that play against him all the time knows that he is just as good and aggressive as the rest of them. But, I mean, if Ivan Leo's sitting next to him, he's not going to expect moves like this. It's really cool. You have to appreciate this.
Oh, Daniel Divorce is not going to fold ace queen suited. We got 276 in the middle. One has 10-7 suited. 4-bet bluff. Vogelsang gets there.
Yeah, there's a drawback, of course, to flat calling with ace queen, and we see that happening right now. But what Divorce is also banking on is that a lot of times Vogelsang will be bluffing with a weaker ace. Let's say ace deuce through ace 5 suited. And against those hands, you really want to see flops.
So Vogelsang is going to take control and keep betting. Because he doesn't want to check and then let his opponent get there for such a big pot. You don't need to bet so big when the stack to pot ratio is small. The reason it's small is because it's a 4-bet pot. So Daniel Divorce did suspect something from Vogelsang. That's why he called pre-flop. He's going to call here out of position. He's got the backdoor heart draw. Ace high is good sometimes.
And now we can see that Vogelsang has the best hand here, but it's not as easy from his perspective. There's a big chance Divorce would flat call him with hands like aces and kings.
Yeah, king queen suited.
Yeah. So it's not so easy for him to determine.
And I think Vogelsang is going to want to consider checking back here. This is a tough spot. Then again, he's only got half of the pot remaining in his stack. And there's already 400,000 in the middle. He is going to check.
Come on down.
River card is a 3. It's actually a good card for
Think
Divorce
Kelvin
because he beats hands like if his opponent's 4-betting 10-7 suited.
Yeah, I was feeling it.
He's
on
definitely
you.
4-betting
Seemed
hands
like
that
he
is
was
high
going
card here.
Yeah.
And Ace Queen would be good.
Zoned in.
Paul can have sleep problems. He's getting like 8 or 10 hours every day here.
Divorce is going to check.
When you're traveling, or just like in general?
Vogel saying likely to try to take a showdown with this hand. He
play ball?
does.
Comes and goes.
Yeah, let's show him the 10-7.
Nice hand.
Yeah, you always get the nice hand right after that. Timothy Adams joining the table with some chips.
Yeah.
But Tim, your girls are straight beast, huh? She's just doing like lunges in the corner like for a long time, yeah. I was telling Dan, I was like, now I understand why like you're afraid to leave Finland. Like you come back like after a while, she'll whoop that ass.
Looks like Dan Smith is at this table too.
Yeah. It's just like the pure blade. Just like sauced him up.
He didn't even windmill it either. You had to wait 30 minutes in the stream. Like the guy like leans into me and pump fakes me like every fucking time.
Yeah. Right in his face.
Yeah.
What was the hand?
Raise, call, button, big blind over the gun. 6-6-2. Bet fold, check raise, king 5. Call. Turn ace rainbow. Ace double barrels, king 5 nothing. Eagle barrels. River 3. Shoves. Eagle fold, ace king.
Is that
12?
12? And you have like 180 or something?
158, I think. Yeah.
All right, so Hecklin's going to open under the gun. Greenwood into cutoff. Well, it's good to see him back with 708,000 chips. He's going to make the call. So Jetton's got a 4 in his hand. Greenwood has 1 card to make a set.
That will be a flop for Hecklin.
So Hecklin doesn't need to bet too many chips because he's got such a stranglehold on his flop. Greenwood's going to be pretty tempted though. As long as his opponent isn't paired, he's in good shape. Greenwood's going to open it up in position.
On.
Hecklin shoves all in, king, queen suited. Hey, that guy looks familiar. David Peters. On his 4th bullet. That's $1 million USD in one tournament. This guy's got the heart and commitment, I'll tell you that.
Yep. And the skills.
He's got the skills.
I mean, it's a little bit ridiculous, of course, when you think about it, but all that D. Peters is thinking about is if I register now, the only thing I need to know is am I profitable in this tournament with 42 big blinds? It's not about the last bullets, because if the answer would be, well, I'm profitable, but I can't play it right now, he probably shouldn't have put the last few bullets in as well. So he just treats this as a completely new tournament, as if on a new location. There's a 250K, and I can get in with 42 big blinds, and I think I'm profitable. So it's very important to forget about how much you have invested.
As long as he, you know, has got his emotions in checks, he can keep playing. Justin Bonomo gonna open it up. Jetton's got king queen suited in the small blind. Both of them are very deep. I think he's gonna wanna lean towards calling against an undergun open from Bonomo. Oh, he's actually gonna re-raise. So if he gets some action, this would be a little bit tricky to play out of position. I do like that he's, you know, taking the stance, even though his opponent has a deep stack. Bonomo of king 10 of diamonds. He knows this hand's got some reverse implied odds, but they're just so deep, doesn't matter. Sometimes things work in your favor. You know, your opponent 3-bets you, he's got ace king, but it comes to 9-8-5. Steal the pot. Ace 9-5. Both players don't have anything.
So before, Jetton let the pot go on an ace-high board when he had king high after 3-betting. Let's see how he approaches the situation now.
He is going to check. Wants to play passive. I think it's actually pretty tough for Bonomo to bet right now. He doesn't have much of a backdoor unless he's just got a good read that Jetton's just 3-betting to check fold these flops. Just check, check. Turn card is ace. So Jetton actually has the best unpaired hand. I think once he checks the flop and this card comes on a turn, if his opponent has a pair, it's less likely to fold. We'll see if he wants to showdown king queen high or actually bet it. So he's just putting a little bit of chips out there. He doesn't want his opponent to kind of bet at it and make him fold the best hand. So Jetton, just what a solid grinder. I always see this guy with a big stack and, you know, not getting to any crazy pots. Jimmy Guerrero, pocket sevens. Gonna reach for some raising chips.
Right, 14.
Justin Bonomo, 9-6 offsuit, going to defend. He's got 30%, 37,000 in the middle.
Attention dealers, if you start your shuffle, please complete the hand draw, otherwise raise your blinds. Some blind 4,000, big blind 8,000, big blind until 8,000, 488, next 10 on please. I remind you players that this is going to be the last level for today.
So Bonomo flops trip sixes and ace kicker. Guerrero's gonna put a small bet out there, try to get his opponent to just fold the flop. Might be pretty tempting to check raise trip sixes here because your opponent probably not gonna continue without an ace. So that's why you see Bonomo going for a check raise. Wants to try to get the maximum amount of value out of the ace king, ace queen type hand. He knows if he wants to do a check raise, a paired board is the one where opponents won't believe you too much. Jimmy G's got pocket sevens. Gonna lay down to hand.
Is everyone? Or will I know? Igor has like 40 blinds.
All right, so
me and Igor deep, 662 rainbow.
Ivan's got
Igor bets small.
queen 10, middle pair. Axton,
Okay.
top pair, 69,000 in the middle. This is small blind versus cutoff.
Go on.
Check raises. King 5 suited. Is it king 5 for the backdoor? Sure.
Axton going to bet.
Ace completely rainbow.
I'm on it.
That's
A shove from Ivan. Wow.
yeah.
Axton makes the call. Ivan thought he was on a draw.
I think you're supposed to.
He's in trouble. It's a queen or a 10.
Yeah, but what if you have a 6?
Axton's been beating Ivan consistently today. Comes the river card.
It's 6-6.
It's a jack, and Ivan's eliminated from this tournament. In for multiple entries.
Just putting this down here since they're about to put some food up
then,
here.
yeah.
Might go take a breather or come in tomorrow because there's only one more level for today. 4,000, 8,000 coming.
No, it was on the TV table.
Like a boss.
I had an ace. Did Luke windmill it?
No. But Igor like banged forever and like sitting beside him and Luke was like kind of like
That was a snap.
Giving him like a stare.
It was not even to Mississippi.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It
It
wasn't
was
even
basically
too
just
Mississippi.
make sure I still have the ace. Later, Igor. It would be embarrassing to call and roll over 4 or 5. It was pointy. Not drawing dead. Gut shot.
Be great for VIP status. You just snap call the 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah, and you get a seat in all the games.
I think I need to do it more than once.
I don't think so. Yeah, maybe.
These are some pretty insane hands here. It's the two first
Not if you
positions to
just drill it
speak.
and celebrate.
We're effectively a little bit less than 40 big blinds. The 4 is having 220,000.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge pot.
How much are you playing, Dan?
33,000 in position. Wow, Haxton's got pocket jacks.
Like 210 back. 210 behind?
Oh, it's not that much?
No, it's Sorry. 25 less than that.
I don't think Haxton's going to be able to get away. He's just going to think he's
190 back.
Yeah, 190
doing
back.
too well against Divorce.
Yeah, all these guys are so aggressive that they're really not predictable in these situations. And I'm just wondering how much he's going to make it. If he wants to leave himself an option against Adams possibly ripping it in, or if he just wants to take the decision away.
Yeah, there's a chance he'll just rip it in.
Yeah, sure.
He might make it like 80-something thousand.
I'm actually not even hungry.
I mean, it's tricky though, because imagine he 4-bets and Adams shoves and he folds to ace-king. That would be a disaster as well. So action is on Isaac Haxton.
90,000.
He's going to make it 90,000. So Vogelsing folds ace-6. Pocket 7's Kenny in the muck. Smith's got ace-7, so 2 aces are gone. There's only 1 ace left in the deck.
That's pretty crazy.
So Adams here, ace-king suited. Just some heavy action in front of him. He raised from under the gun. You get 3-bet, and someone still 4-bets.
Yeah.
But he knows these two opponents are very aggressive. He's going to shove here.
Now, after the Forest calls this, Ike has a serious decision.
Yeah, this is for about 300,000 more, 50 big blinds.
And knowing that there's 2 aces dead and 2 kings, that would be a disaster for Ike. But, oh my god, it's going to look so strong here. Because Adams has so much action in front of him here. It's really hard to put him on a bluff there.
Yeah, I don't think he can put Adams on a bluff, but he can definitely put Adams on any ace-king. And if he puts Adams on ace-king, he's not going to want to fold.
I can't wait to see what Ike is going to do here. We know Divorce is going to call.
Yeah, Divorce is just tanking, trying to induce some action behind him.
Yeah, the more the merrier for Divorce.
Divorce is in a great spot to triple up. So he's going to make the call.
Okay.
Haxton lays it down correctly.
You would have rather seen these hands the other way around, but good assessment of the situation there.
What the fuck was Ike up to? Also, we played the wrong blinds this hand, and everything would have been different. Oh, we played the wrong blinds?
What happened?
Oh, man. I'm so unhappy about that. Well, I guess
Wow.
That is a 1-outer.
Yeah, we know that is a 1-outer. That is insane.
Okay.
Wow.
Adams just 1-outs Daniel Divorce, who played great today, made that great call. Fortunately, he's out.
One of the best calls of the tournaments for me.
Yeah.
Wow.
So 128,000 in this pot. Jimmy Guerrero on a club draw. Looks like he multi-barreled. Didn't get there on the river. Jen's got top pair. Can Jimmy Guerrero bet again? Move Jeton off the top pair. So Jimmy Guerrero is thinking. Just gonna give up. Jeton's gotta love that. Probably thinks he's got the best hand now. Just trying to think, are there some worse hands that would call?
Yeah.
Would a better hand like ace, queen, and kings and aces just continue betting, or would they check the river? He is going to correctly value bet. 75,000. Jeton can represent some bluffs from his point of view, like ace-jack, the main one. Wow. Did he just call ace-9 high?
Whoa.
He just literally put him on king-jack.
Yeah.
And only king jack.
Yeah, king. Yeah, you're right. King jack and only king jack.
And unfortunately for him, that's
wow.
That's not going to work out. So this is the last level of the night.
Sorry.
All right, so Jetton's going to open up king jack offsuit. Pocket eights for Hecklin. He's got about 25 big blinds. It's a good chance to consider shoving. He is going to shove.
Oh.
And looks like it's going to get through.
Okay.
I'll believe him.
I was bluffing.
You have the face of a bluffer.
So Jetton is the chip leader of this table. There's a chance of the tournament. Justin Bonomo doing really well. Jimmy Guerrero is at the bottom with 24 big blinds. Blinds are now 4,000, 8,000.
I'm just all the things you said.
All of the above.
So ace jack suited for Hecklin. Gonna open it up. Richard Young with the suited ace gonna call. So Guerrero's in the big blind, ace five of diamonds. Thinking about squeeze shoving. He is going to shove. Hecklin's got ace jack suited. Getting pretty short, but he's going to make the call. And Jimmy G is going to be at risk here. %35% to stay in the tournament. At a 5 on the flop. Hecklin needs a jack to knock out Jimmy G. Oh, the river card's a jack. Jimmy G gets up and gets back down.
184.
He gets back up. Ouch. I think he shouldn't have sat back down. That was a mistake.
That was cool.
What a run out.
So So Jimmy Guerrero is eliminated from the tournament officially. Could rebuy for another 250,000 US dollars.
That's me? Okay.
So Hecklin moves back up. He's been struggling a bit. Clearly a good player, but you know, things aren't going well for him today. It's good to secure a pot.
Super cheeky.
Onto the outer table. Kenny's going to open up King Queen. Peter's in the big blind. He's in for his fourth bullet.
The whole World Series.
I mean, World Series tournaments kind of suck.
That's my answer for sure. There's no way to do anything close to the whole World Series.
Come for a few days, the mains just
Play like
so
the
good
two.
and fun, right?
Play like 200 Ks in the main.
Is it?
Play like 200 Ks in the main.
Yeah. Are they 200 Ks?
Yeah. One WSOP and one ARIA.
Okay, I didn't know about the area. I think that schedule is not out yet, right?
I'm not sure.
Officially.
So Kenny is the pre-flop raiser. Is going to continuation bet. David Peters got ace-6. He's got high card ace, but he's got a straight draw to a bigger straight if someone's holding an ace.
Maybe just been fed up playing with me all day, talking.
No, I like chatting, but not about poker.
Yeah, fair.
Or like, I think I'll chat in hands with people, but if people aren't in the hands, you know,
fair enough.
in an ideal world, I'll be chatting up a storm with the guy as I'm betting double pot and die. I mean, also just a shot.
So he makes it straight, but Kenny actually has a king-high flush draw. So David Peters is thinking about leading. He's going to lead for 25,000. And Kenny with a king-high flush draw. 20%. So action is on Bryn Kenny. Gonna make the call here in position.
Particularly challenging day, like everywhere.
River card is the 3.
Days, you know?
So David Peters is gonna lock it up.
Yeah. No, life is great. Just like every spot was tough. Only that one?
So action is on David Peters. He did check call to flop. He led small on the turn, 25,000. He's trying to decide what to bet on the river.
One.
He's just going to shove all in here. Kenny's going to have to lay down the king-queen.
You're supposed
to give a countdown. There's 5 seconds left.
Pardon? 1, 2, yeah.
No, 1. What was it?
Just say 5.
Yeah, just when there's 5 seconds left, say 5 seconds left.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So Ibinger betting 25,000 with Queen 8. Double gut shot. Hecklin actually has an open-ended straight draw.
我这里有你的户口了，我在打这比赛。
Hecklin makes the call. Turn card is a 4. It's a blank. Both players on a draw. Action is on Ibinger. He might consider multi-barreling here, but just going to check it back. Doesn't think his opponent would fold. River card is the king. So does Hecklin want to stab here? Just has jack high. He knows he needs to bet at it to win the pot. Hecklin just fires 10,000. Very, very, very small bet. Just hoping that Ibinger is unpaired. Ibinger bumps it up to Queen 8 offsuit against his small bet. Now Hecklin in a tough spot. Trying to think about rebluffing.
On.
What a super sick rebluff there by Hecklin.
Seeing that one.
Wow, he led 10,000 to 70,000.
Very exciting.
10,000,
Or like
70,000, all of it.
Yeah, so it was like the 1/7 pot bet. Get raised by Queen High and a rebluff by Hecklin.
This guy is such a monster. He's so good.
Yeah, that was such a cool hand. Hecklin just so smart.
Do you want to just tell him you were bluffing to tilt him for the next 45 minutes?
I know he's gonna check anyways.
He already got bluffed on stream once. He begged for the information.
This
after he
time I was
folded.
bluffing myself, so I don't care.
Yeah, okay.
It's still pretty sick to get rebluffed.
Yeah, and actually by a worse hand. That was really cool.
Hecklin OP.
Yeah, he folded to Michael and asked him what he had, and he wouldn't tell him. He was bluffing though.
All right, so Ibinger been involved in a lot of pots. Raising, Bonomo calls with King 9.
As far as flops for ace-3 go, this is pretty good.
So it does go check, check. Bonomo's got to feel really good about his top pair. He can charge a lot of ace-high type hands with a pair.
Pretty intimidating when somebody's willing to make rebluffs like that. Just think about the Heckler hand still. It's bluff raising that guy on the river's no joke. Ibinger here with a good run out for him. So gets checked all the way, and he rivers the 5 high straight. Gonna go for 2/3 pot.
Yeah, it's got to be super annoying when it comes out 5-4-3-2. You got top pair, king kicker.
When do we order beer?
Just did.
You did? For me? Yeah. Good luck. Good luck. Good man.
I saw that twinkle in your eye.
Yeah.
I have a beer twinkle.
Beer luck.
Bono makes the call, and it's going to get shown to bad news here.
It's like a straight.
Ibinger is really fighting with all these players. Winning some pots, losing some.
Yeah, he's out there.
All right, so it's 86,000 in the middle. And they both got pretty marginal hands considering the board. Vogelsang is the aggressor, bottom pair. It's going to check it back. River card is the queen, so Dan Smith makes 2 pairs.
$65,000.
Pretty big bet for Dan Smith, 65,000. Vogelsang with bottom pair. If I was to name some hands he beats, 6-4, 8-9, and 8-6. Yeah, sounds about right. So this big bet is polarizing Smith's range. So Vogelsang thinks he's here got like a 2-pair type hand. Nothing. So he is going to use a time extension.
We look at bet sizing here from Smith. He makes his hand more polarized.
Wow, makes the call with bottom pair. Going to get shown the bad news.
Lunkin vibes.
You know what I'm going to do? Next time I hero call someone like bottom, I'm going to show everyone, but like, okay, you don't ever try to bluff me.
Yeah.
It's like 5th pair. Look at this. So Richard Young raises with 5 deuce of hearts. Hecklin's got trip 6s, ace kicker, calls a check raising, gets there. Well, Richard Young on a semi bluff. Now he's got a 5 high flush. Pretty connected board. Action is on Richard Young. Did check raise the turn. 263,000 in the middle. $150,000 from Richard Young.
I think it's so cool that he mixes bluffs like this in, like the check raise on the turn. This is just not something that people give him a lot of credit for, I think, and it really plays into his advantage. Quick fold by Eklund, though.
Yeah, he tried to get called by 10. Didn't work, but still a huge pot for him.
Peter.
So Ibinger opening up King Jack of clubs. Should get some folds from everyone, and he does. So 45 entries, 19 still remaining.
All right, here we see Vogelsang squaring off against Adams. What a board for Adams here. He has top pair. He outkicks Vogelsang, and he has the nut flush draw on top of that. Only thing he doesn't have his position.
$50,000. That's a pot-sized bet. Timothy Adams has top pair and a nut flush draw. Gotta feel pretty good about this one. Maybe Vogelsang's bet is a little bit wrong. Otherwise,
Looked like 15,000.
15,000.
Yeah.
So Adams did check raise top pair and a backdoor flush draw. So Vogelsang gonna make the call here. I can't blame him. He's got top pair. Often people check raise a club draw on a flop. But before we go there, oh, look at this. Hecklin's got queens. Richard Young's got pocket kings.
Wow.
All in.
All in. Snap call from Richard Young. Ouch. That looked like a cold 4-bet from Richard Young. So Hecklin is at risk. 812,000 in the middle. Hecklin needs a queen. One more card to go.
Good luck.
Hecklin eliminated again. Unfortunate for him. He's been playing some good poker. Richard Young to clear chip leader. 1.3 million in chips.
Wow. Yeah, it's about to see Hecklin go. It's very fun to watch.
Yeah, let's get back to this hand. 178,000 in the middle after the check raise. And then Adams checks. This looks like a club draw, and it is, but with top pair. I wouldn't fault Vogelsang for considering betting, but checking's got, it's all right because you just got a 5 kicker. Oh my gosh.
What an action card.
Vogelsang makes aces up. Adams, the nut flush. Well, given the way the hand's been played, I think Adams can actually represent a bluff. A lot of people, when they check raise 2 clubs on a flop, would continue firing on the turn. The fact that it went check-check on a turn makes it a little bit less likely he's got a club draw. And I think Adams knows this. So he's going to bet 55,000. I think he thinks Vogelsang's got a pair of aces. Usually not 2 pair to go check-check on a turn. You're not going to put someone on ace-5. That's why you see the smaller bet sizing. Trying to get a crying call out of ace-9, ace-10. I think Vogelson's going to be a little bit relieved he didn't lose more.
Yeah, this is when you show your opponents that you had 2 pairs so they feel bad.
Just showed a 5 by itself.
Yeah. Got there.
Add pocket 5s. Wow, so very action heavy tables right now.
Raise.
Almost.
Honey?
It's Paul Foy. Happy to see him.
Lost a bet to Henrik. I had to buy him a beer. And then he busted. Richard busted him as soon as the beer came.
Henrik? Oh,
Yeah.
Player?
Yeah, player. Big guy with a beard. So he never got his beer. Yes, please. Thank you so much.
The beer's not yours?
Well, it's mine now. 'Cause,
I like that.
So here is Paul Foy. He's got a lot of red chips.
4800你是很多黄的吗？自己？
哦，你看看，哇，那么多了。
So this is the last level of the day. I'm going to stream again tomorrow, day 2 of this event. $250,000 buy-in. Luke Greenwood, Jack 10 suited.
Made you say that?
I've said that like 4 times today.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, the stream's been laughing at me.
Ooh.
Too good of a price for Paul Foy, so we have 4 players to the flop.
Queen, Queen 10, 2 hearts. This is a Richard Young flop.
Check.
Just gonna check. Greenwood actually has the best hand, pair of 10s with its queens. So a 25% pot bet. Trying to figure out where you're at, take down the pot. But Richard Young's got a flush draw. Greenwood's probably going to be a little bit worried. Turn card is the 7.
Man, I just love every single time how fast Richard Young plays.
He literally is the fastest player ever in live poker. It doesn't matter the stakes. He's just like, yep, check, bet. And he seems to always get far in tournaments. Greenwood going for more value against a heart draw. And Richard Young's going to let it go. So back in Montenegro, Richard Young won the 6-max event. Ousted Steve O'Dwyer heads up. I remember that one. He like just knew every time. He bluffed at the right moments, and then he hero called at the right moments every single time, and Steve O'Dwyer was just like defeated. That was a really nice match. Of course, you can watch the archives on that. That was in Montenegro.
Most of it.
我冇上過去，邊度得閒？
係咯，我都冇上過去。
You playing another TV cash game tonight?
I don't think so.
Sleep finally?
I slept last night. Slept 2 hours and play.
Yeah.
And play.
Yeah, I heard you were up till 8 in the morning. And then,
9:40 I went to bed.
Oh my goodness.
Cannot sleep. Too excited.
Wow.
And we got one something.
Wow.
Yeah, final table 2 o'clock.
Yeah. It's a busy day.
Sometimes you play too late, very difficult to sleep on the fuck.
Yeah, don't forget to follow the Triton social channels. They do have some cash games for you from this Jeju trip, new ones. They will release that on their YouTube channel, so don't forget to follow the channel.
Be a little bit of trouble here for Jeton. Good flop for him, but Bonomo outkicks him. Bonomo flatting from the big blind with king-queen offsuit. Very nice. People aren't going to give you that much credit. Jeton's going to be super comfortable on this board.
Turn card is the jack. Both players still have top pair. A little bit of a tricky card for Jeton. Does have draw to the straight. He's going to keep betting. Looks like he wants to get value out of 8-9, 10-8, Jack-10, Jack-9 type hands, flush draws. He's got the position. He can just bet and, you know, check back a lot of rivers unimproved. Bonomo top pair. Very good kicker. And he knows there's a lot of draws out there. There's king 10, 2 clubs, 2 spades. So he is gonna make the call.
So Bonomo gets the check mark.
The flush does get there. I think both players probably pretty happy checking down their pair of queens. Seems like enough is in there. Action is on Jeton.
Bad feeling. Almost value back.
After Machu Picchu, just like completely GG.
Yeah, you might just be like, nah.
I'm not walking anymore.
Plus there's, I was looking at a few lists for like top hotels in the world. Actually, I was shocked how many of like the top 15 were in Chile, Peru, and Argentina.
Yeah.
Like maybe 6 out of the top 15 in the world are in like Chile, Peru, and Argentina.
I don't get that much enjoyment out of like particularly nice hotels. Like,
No, but these are more like insane scenery and
Okay.
landscape. Nothing
Yeah.
actually about the hotel. It's more about like where the hotel is.
Gotcha. Obviously, that's dope.
Yeah.
Patagonia is really great in Chile, like the mountains and like the very south. I mean, it's pretty cold, but it's nice.
All right, so Haxton opens up ace-3 of hearts. Kenny in the big blind, gonna defend king-queen. So Haxton with top pair, Kenny with middle pair in a straight draw.
Where's your favorite place you've ever been, Christoph?
I guess it's like, yeah, that's coming close. Like Patagonia was really cool when I was there for a few days. I mean, Yosemite Valley maybe last year. That was really nice. I mean, the whole US trip, like the first time that I actually traveled in the US except Vegas was like last autumn before PokeMaster. So.
California is wonderful.
Yeah, it really is.
Like everything within a couple hours.
Yeah, we drove around by car.
All right, so there's a bet and a call. Haxton can charge hands like Jack 10, King Queen, Queen Jack. Could also check because this kicker isn't that good. But a lot of times the kicker would just chop and this board run out. So 50,000 from Haxton.
The world's such a big place, and we just keep going back to Japan over and over again.
All right, so Haxton is
Also
going to
just
chip
like
up.
Japan's a pretty big place.
I got sick
Yeah.
reservations though this time.
I think.
Separate shuffle completely on your own, otherwise, help please. We're just going to draw for how many hands we will play for tonight.
I think snowboarding in Japan just has to be a yearly trip for me. It's just the best.
Yeah, I'm gonna go next year, I'm sure, like before I go to Australia.
After, I think, because you want the good snow.
Yeah?
Like early February.
That's the best time?
Yeah. I can't stress enough how good it was.
4 more hands, guys.
You went early Feb. Oh yeah, you were just
Yeah.
early. Yeah, so maybe.
Everybody plays the registration.
So both players have a pair of 5s. One's got a 3 kicker, one's got a 4 kicker. And check,
Fine.
check.
Me too.
Four, 5, 3, 5, chop.
Alright, I'll take it.
Yeah, I bingered there with the flush draw. Okay, didn't get there.
I'm happy with the draw.
Richard Young with a massive amount of chips there.
So here's the chip counts. Before we deal with the final 4 hands, Richard Young is the chip leader of the tournament. 1.2 million. Ibinger's been really fighting the players. He's still in it. Justin Bonomo, nothing new. 115 big blinds. Ace Jack for Justin Bonomo. I believe this is the first hand of the final 4. Luke Greenwood, King Queen in the small blind. Pretty deep stacks. 90 big blinds effective. Gonna keep the pot small.
Yeah, it's gonna call. Thinks that the advantage that he has with this hand is sufficient to also play it out of position. It's also a hand that plays pretty well multi-way, so he's not too concerned with IBing or possibly coming in with the hand, getting good odds.
Yeah, this also allows the big blind to come along with hands you dominate, like, you know, Queen 9, King 5. IBinger is going to make the call of the suited 8. Greenwood, top pair, second top kicker. Going to check to Bonomo. Yeah, I don't mind to check because Greenwood, when he calls from a small blind, is going to have a lot of queen X's, pocket pairs like 9s and 8s. That won't fold to a continuation bet. So Greenwood trying to decide if he should value bet or lay the trap. He's only worried about an ace. Gonna keep checking, try to induce something.
Excuse.
That's loud. River card is the 5. I think Greenwood might want to consider trying to get some value now. It's checked around the flop and turn. All right, so Greenwood bets 50,000. Bonomo just ace jack high. It's a big bet. Bonomo really in the tank. He knows this big bet is polarizing, but just gonna lay it down.
Good folds. I have to say, I really like Luke Greenwood's bets. Every time there's something happening, you know, he'll go full pot or does something really small, followed up by something really smart.
Henrik bluffed when he made it 10,000, 70,000 all in.
No, he didn't.
He did.
Wow.
Check 8.
Wow.
And I had Queen 8.
Oh my god. That's a savage bluff.
Yeah, it is. That's really...
The guy who was sitting in your seat, like a couple hands before he busted.
This is like, you want to tell somebody a hype story about a bluff and you realize, wait, I have to start telling the whole hand. And then it's always somebody gets distracted during the hand, you're like, wait, no, okay, no. And then you say a card wrong, you know?
Yeah.
I know the hand.
Yeah, yeah.
And he had check 8 and I had Queen 8.
Another
200, 300.
Yeah.
Yeah, which guy are you talking about? Oh, he's gone. Okay, let me bring up a photo.
That's the Viking guy.
You know what's on you, Richard?
It was a quick, confident all in. Like,
Yeah.
I really didn't see a lot of chance that there's a bluff.
Yeah, that was a crazy hand.
邊個嚟㗎？
I think the fact that I hit the ball. I don't know.
Is he Swedish?
I don't know, something like that.
No,
Whoa.
Denmark.
Sweden, I think.
Denmark.
Okay.
No, he's Norwegian.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
He is, right?
I'm just gonna stay silent.
Yeah, you
don't wanna
always
make a
do.
mistake. I don't want to make a mistake.
I have like
Oh, no, no, no.
750.
He's Danish,
You
my
can't
bad.
lose.
My bad. Wait, is he? Yeah, he is.
famous TV show for the name. He looked like one TV show actor there, the fat guy.
Like Zach Galifianakis?
So we should only have a few more hands left in the day.
Stay in one island altogether. The US show, US TV.
Lost?
Lost, yeah. Lost, you got,
Oh,
one
yeah,
guy,
yeah,
the one fat guy, you know?
I've never actually seen Lost.
Yeah, you still have a fat guy? You look like him.
Yeah, really.
Because the first time I meet him, this one, is it the guy? I don't know, is it the guy? The Lost, remember that? One guy, the fat guy, he go in the plane later, or what? And the,
Is he a pro poker player?
Yeah.
He's the pro.
He's a good online player.
From where?
Whoa, shots
From
fired.
Denmark.
It's a good online player.
Yeah, that was
means
very
he's-
distinct.
Doesn't that mean he's a bad live player?
That
Implied?
yes.
I'm not saying that.
No, I know it. Really, that's what I was referring to.
This guy?
Yeah.
So Greenwood casually stacking some chips.
You see the long hair, same hairstyle, same everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
On the show.
Maybe he imitated him.
The comic strip.
What?
It's like a comic, like Peanuts or something, like in the newspaper. Hago.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so that's.
Oh, okay, there he is with the long hair.
Yeah, he got long hair.
Oh, this is the pro poker player.
No, that's the actor on the TV show.
This is the lookalike.
Paul Four has no
That's his
idea.
doppelganger.
Is this the poker pro or the actor?
Is it the last hand? Is it the last hand?
That's
Second last.
Good try. One more hand you gotta play.
Oh, the table's getting all lively. Sad it's gonna end soon.
Yeah.
After this one.
This is.
Yeah.
All right, Jen's got pocket nines in the small blind.
Oh.
Paul Foss got queen nine suited.
It's a cartoon, but.
68.
Jenton going to 3-bet 68,000. He's 3-betting, looking to get this in from these positions.
Yeah, and he might be able to do so.
If Ibinger thinks that Jen's up to no good, he might 4-bet jam.
Jeton has been really aggressive pre-flop today.
All in.
All in from Ibinger. He's in trouble. Jen's just going to get a count to make sure. Makes the call with nines.
Man, he's going to get the good news.
Yeah, there's only 1 9 left in the deck, but Ibinger's the one that needs to catch up first. So 8-5-3. One of the last hands of the day. Oh, the 7 on the turn.
6 up.
So 1-9 remaining and some 6s.
What's the bill?
336.
Wow.
That's so annoying because it's like you got feel for Jeton. He's been playing super good.
30.
Gets it in really good.
7.
Okay, nice hand.
It was like the last hand of the day or one more after this. So a nice double for Ibinger right at the end.
2點幾㗎？
打真係2點幾㗎。
What time is it?
我哋咪
One?
20幾個鐘冇瞓咯。
Yeah, slept 3 hours. 48 hours.
So this might be the last hand of the day, I believe.
I think so too.
Yeah, this animal. Tom phân gió buổi sáng.
Đúng, chừng nữa có mông.
I'm sleeping for 15 hours already.
So action is on Jeton. Ace King. Maybe he can get some chips back.
20,000.
Just lost a ton.
How much you left?
Oh, pocket
wow.
kings.
400, 500.
Jeton, back-to-back hands, might lose all of his chips. How, gosh, you play all day and you've got
70.
back-to-back hands. In trouble. 70,000 from Paul Fall. Now Jeton, Ace King.
Very good.
70?
What is he gonna do?
70?
70.
Okay.
70,000. Oh, yeah. Should be like this. Right?
Oh man, I don't think Jeton's gonna do anything but want to get all the chips in.
Yeah. I mean, he hasn't lost a hand yet, but you really
Yeah.
got to feel for him here.
He's definitely in trouble.
But as you can see, it's 30%. Who knows? Maybe he'll take it slow.
No, he's not going to take it slow. All in.
So funny.
So funny. He says.
Wow.
So funny.
This is?
No.
No.
Oh my
Wow.
gosh.
Okay, okay.
Well,
Wow.
Jeton's still got
Last 2 hands of the
30%.
night like
This is
this.
a rough last two
Yeah.
hands.
Small blind against button.
So this is the last hand of the night,
That's
guys.
a short deck, yeah.
He had 100 big blinds before the hands against Ibinger. And now he's at risk.
Yeah, he's at risk. This is for a million chip
It's,
pot.
it's a lot more rough in this game.
Comes a flop.
Oh,
Ace
one
on the
outer.
flop. Paul
Rough
Fawn needs a
last two
king or running spades. Okay, so he's got some chop outs. Can hit a 3. Group card to 7.
All right. So not so rough for Peter Jeton.
Yeah, back up to a million chips. Paul loses 500,000 on the last hand tonight. What a wild ending
502.
for today. Ouch. It's okay, but Paul still got chips. Can come back tomorrow.
Yeah. Lucky, he lose less, win more.
That's lucky.
Increase his stack, you see?
I feel very lucky. I was
did
going to have
increase
to
his stack.
rebuy. I don't have to rebuy. That's lucky.
All right, so we are handing out the bag and tags. So this has been the end of day 1 of the main event, the $250,000 main event. It's a 3-day tournament. Very cool hands today. Lots of re-entries. What do you think about today, Lex?
Yeah, I think we saw a lot of action. We've seen a lot of really big pots. People ran some really cool bluffs. I mean, Hecklin especially made some cool moves, and that call by Daniel DeVoris is something we're going to be talking about for a few days, I think. So I hope to see more of that tomorrow. Of course, you guys can join us from 2:30 p.m. local time. That is 6:30 a.m. European time. Half an hour past midnight for the people on the east coast of America, and then for Pacific time, that's 9:30 in the evening. And of course, the broadcasts are always open. There's replays running, so you can get your fill that way too.
Yeah, so thank you guys very much. Richie Young will end the day as the chip leader. Sam Greenwood right on the bottom. Thank you. This has been Randy Liu and Lex Veldhouse. We'll see you guys tomorrow at the same time. Peace, guys.